Hello, friends. How are we doing? Today we have a fun one. So yeah, the ladies have been giving each other a lot of dating advice, and from what I can tell, there is absolutely no adult supervision behind it whatsoever. So we're gonna come in and check their work. We're gonna see how they're doing, because yeah, some of this is absolutely wild, and it could explain quite a bit of what we're seeing. Maybe some of the high standards, maybe a bit of the Christian conservative feminism. No adult supervision is an excellent way of describing it. Well, yeah. Well, hey, let's try our best to be the adults in the room. Let's try to be at least somewhat generous. And I am an adult, maybe. Let's see here. Let's get started with... Oh, and Espen sent one too over on the Discord. We'll get to that one. Let's see here. So this is one that y'all asked me to check out. This is Girl Defined. They've been around for a long time, and they are kind of well known for being a little bit weird, a little bit cringe. So let's see what these ladies have to say.
I'm kind of concerned about that. And so every relationship has struggles. Every relationship works through conflict and different things. That's
red
normal.
flags.
No relationship is perfect. Yes, and no person on either side in the relationship is perfect. That's for sure. But when you have concerns or you're looking at something and you're not sure, like, should I be concerned about this or should I not? It's
already
hard to know
feels
what to do with
performative,
those things.
but
and so in this
we'll
video,
see where
our
it goes.
goal is to give you just a quick rundown of just some important things to look for in a relationship, just to be aware of. And the cool thing with this is you can actually turn this list around and say, okay, am I the person in the relationship that's having the trouble?
Is this the White Chicks movie? They do look extremely well painted. Put it that way. They did another video that the Cinematoast Ken guy reacted to, where they're talking about godly makeup. What's the godliest way to do makeup? Apparently the godliest way to do makeup is just maximum. Just get out, college painter, get out that roller and just slap it on there. I guess that's how godly women do their makeup. That's the godly way to do it. We'll see.
Here, do I need to work on something?
That's a great point.
In our
But this is, hey, at the very least, bare minimum, at least they're somewhat flipping it back around on themselves and saying, hey, you know what? We can apply this stuff to ourselves too, and because maybe we might be a red flag at some point in our lives as well.
Is there something that's maybe a concern that I need to get some outside counsel on? So that's really our heart here in this video, is to help you discern some potential problem areas in the romantic relationship. And now this is a list designed for Christian girls. So girls or young ladies, women, however old you are in a romantic relationship, you are wanting to marry a godly man.
What was that?
These women, however old you are in a romantic
okay, that felt a bit forced.
You are wanting to marry a godly man. You're a Christian and you're wanting to move in that direction. And so this is who that list is specifically designed for. The first red flag to keep an eye out for is if he has a shallow relationship with God. Now remember, you are not looking for Mr. Perfect, because you are not Miss Perfect. No, we're not perfect exist. There's no perfect relationship. There's no one who has a perfect
fine.
relationship
Okay,
with
we're
God.
off to a
In fact, you are
decent
not
start.
looking for the man who's
We're starting okay. This isn't bad.
I can marry him. We're not talking about that. But we're talking about if you're looking for a Christian guy and you want to have a godly Christian marriage, and you find this guy and you're in a relationship with him and you're like, well, he claims to be a Christian, but then you start to notice like his relationship with God is really shallow. Like he never reads the Bible.
Yeah, shallow according to, that's exactly what I'm looking for, is what is their criteria for a godly enough man? Where's the line for them?
He's not really good about going to church. He kind of shows up with you when he needs to. He's not really interested in pursuing the things of God for himself. Like, when it comes to Bible studies or getting accountability or anything like that, he's kind of like,
Okay, so we do know what accountability is. Okay, so we know what accountability is. All right, when the guys need it, and they need to seek it out for themselves, we know exactly what that word means, don't we? Yeah. I was looking at the John Dirks video where he was saying that accountability is, no, we do accountability for women because we teach the Bible. Yeah, just sort of deliberately misunderstanding what that word means. No, we know what it means. It means follow up. It means teaching the Bible is what you do before people act. That's instruction beforehand. Accountability is the follow up after. And these ladies know precisely what that means. And they're perfectly happy to apply it to the men. And hey, that is a valid thing. Because hey, as guys, we're sinners. But ladies, what about you? You know what accountability is. Where is it for you?
More in word only. And so if that is the situation in your relationship right now, we would just really caution you to say, hey, maybe I need to get some outside advice about this. Talk to a godly older woman. You don't need to go straight to him and say, hey, what about your relationship with God? What are you doing? Don't do that. Go.
Girl Defined isn't a bad source at all. Also, man, try to look into not being too general about women in your vids and look to make one for what we could do positively to fix this. Well, first of all, I found a couple of clips from Girl Defined that, yeah, it's a mixed bag. We'll see. We'll get there. But not all of it is stuff that I would encourage ladies to say or to adhere to, because we're going to find some feminist assumptions that are going to do some damage to people and to relationships. The other thing is, as far as being general, I don't know what you mean by that. Look, we're just looking at what they're saying and we're evaluating it, seeing if it's good, if it's bad, if we should be encouraging this, if we should be discouraging. We're just trying to figure out what's going on behind the scenes, because this is something that there's just no oversight from what the looks of it. There's nobody checking in to see what these ladies are telling each other. So, all right, let's go see, and look for what we could do to positively fix it. Well, okay, but yeah, we got to get there. First of all, we got to see what's going on before we can have any idea of what to do or how to solve any of it. So, yeah, we're working that way, and I do talk about what guys can do all the time. I get this complaint a lot. You don't talk about solutions enough, and I'm really stuck. I don't know what to do with it because I tried. That was what I did for the first couple of years on this channel. I just said, hey guys, here's what the solutions are. But the guys were like, no, why is it always on us? Why don't the ladies have to do anything? Why is it that we have to step up and do better? We have to solve everything. There's nobody looking at the lady side of the equation. So look, until other people start looking at what's going on the other side of the aisle, so to speak, that's what I'm going to do. The solution is accountability. FYI, your solutions have helped. I appreciate that.
And seek outside advice. So when we're sharing these red flags, that's what we're talking about. So if you see in your relationship there's a shallow relationship with God going on in there, we would encourage you to seek some outside advice. And the second red flag to keep an eye out for is if in the
that's interesting. I don't think the problem is that you don't talk about solutions enough. I think the problem is that there's not enough solutions. That's not on you. That's just the state of the world. And that's something that's kind of frustrating to me. And that's why I try to point this stuff out, is because we can't get to the place where we have solutions until the people who have the most influence over the situation are aware that there are problems in the first place. Because I can talk about stuff that guys can do, but right now, I'll put it this way. Like I say all the time, men can't outwork women's standards. They can't outwork women's pride. They can't outwork women's selfishness or discontent. They can't outwork women's mobile goalposts. Those are things that have to receive accountability and oversight by the men who are supposed to be leading our churches and our communities. That is the ultimate solution to this. So if I'm offering a solution to the guys, the just average rank and file man, out there like me, the solution is to know this and present this to the men who actually do have influence over these women, like pastors. Because some of these ladies actually do listen to their pastors. They don't listen to us. They don't listen to me. But if we can get through to their pastors, if I can equip guys to have these conversations and give them evidence, give them stuff that they can point to and say, hey, this is what the ladies are, like, for example, with this is what the ladies are talking to each other about. This is what they're telling each other about standards and what to look for. This is what we're up against. Because a lot of times they don't believe you when you say that, hey, ladies' standards are impossible for us to overcome. They genuinely don't have a picture in their mind of what the average Christian woman is expecting. So what I'm trying to do, the solution that I'm offering to you guys is, hey, here's what you need to take to your leaders. Here's what you need to take to the men of influence in your community. So they're the only ones that can actually do anything about this in terms of influencing these women or calling them to account for their behavior, calling them to account for their self-focus. Because the earlier critique, okay, fine. Yes, there's some of what these ladies say, it's not bad in the sense that it's not technically incorrect. Some of it, yeah, not incorrect, but the focus is almost exclusively on what ladies should do or how they should be looking at men, what kind of men they need to look for, what kind of standards they should have for men. Very little of it is, hey, this is what you need to do to become the kind of woman that a man would actually want to be with. Because in their world, that's not important. What a man actually wants, well, that's selfishness. It's selfish for him to want things. And so we need to point that out.
He pulls you down spiritually. And so what we mean by this, if you're genuinely a girl who's seeking the Lord, wanting to honor him, wanting to grow in your relationship with him and grow and become a godly woman, and you're with a guy who's like, that's not really that valuable. That's not really that important to me. And when you bring up things or say, hey, let's go to this Christian event or let's read this book together. And he's like,
okay, so this is interesting.
Not interested. And he kind of discourages you. And
right. Okay, so this assumes that what the woman wants to do is the right thing. This assumes that the event that she wants to go to or the book that she wants to read is good. That, right, there's this automatic assumption that, hey, if a woman sees a spiritual-esque looking thing and she decides that it is a good thing, then it is a good thing. And if a man says, I don't know about that, I don't think this is a good thing for us to go to. Maybe, look, there's not, I kind of get what she's saying or why she would be saying it this way. But there isn't really a consideration here that, okay, maybe the man is looking, maybe the man is trying to have discernment. Maybe he sees something in that book or in that event that he goes, I don't think this is a good influence. There have been times where I've had to do that where, my wife has read a book and she's like, hey, we should look at this as a couple. And then I read it and I'm like, okay, so here's this and this and this in this book that wasn't that great of an influence. And she goes, okay, I didn't see that. I'm glad I brought it to you, because I didn't catch those influences. So it's assumed that the woman has a proper discernment of what is right and what's spiritual and what's healthy. And so even if the intention here is for her to say, well, he just generally needs to be positive about spiritual things, which maybe, to be fair to her, maybe that's what she means. But what Christian girls are going to hear is that I am the spiritual discerner. And that if I decide that a particular event or book or thing or spiritual activity is the right thing in the right moment, then he must be on board with it. And if he's discouraging it or saying no, then he's discouraging my faith. He's discouraging our faith. He's not bringing us together. He's not husband material. And by the way, one thing to note as we're looking through this, keep an eye out to see if you do see at any point these women encouraging other women to value that actual spiritual leadership. Like in practical terms, they'll talk, I think they do occasionally say that, well, the man needs to be the spiritual leader, but keep an eye out to see if they actually give examples of what that looks like. And, let's potentially a man tells her, no, this isn't a good idea. Right? Do they ever frame that as a good thing? Keep an eye out for that.
area, then that's going to be hard in the long run, because we see in Ephesians 5 that ultimately husbands are called to disciple and love their wives. They're supposed to be the spiritual leaders in their home. And so
pulling them forward.
Right. Okay. So she's saying, yeah, you're supposed to pull us forward. You're supposed to be the leaders. But at the same time, if you make the decision that this isn't the right thing for us to do, well, then obviously you're not being a good spiritual leader. So what exactly does this leadership mean? What does she mean by spiritual leader? Like, if you're already going to decide that your discernment is the correct discernment, then what leadership does he have? Except to say yes to whatever it is you think is right.
Pulling you forward, encouraging
He has
you,
no
better
options.
as a team. You're both doing that for each other.
But by the way, this is another false premise that you'll see a lot, which is the servant leader premise. This is the idea that male headship and male leadership is not directive. It's not authoritative. Yeah, lead me how I want to be led. Yeah, exactly. It's not, it never tells her no. Leadership is only ever by example. You just do the things yourself. It's very positive. It's very affirming. And it's just, hey, this is the man that pulls us forward into our faith, but only when I deem it to be the right kind of thing or the right stuff. He never tells me no, apparently. He never there's no mention of him exercising discernment. Yeah, again, keep an eye out for whether or not these ladies value a man's discernment and whether or not they value his no. Right? Him saying no to something or putting up a boundary or stopping anything. No, this comes from the false premise that leadership is about you as the head of the household are the source, right? There's that passage where it talks about how husbands are the head of the household. That word head can be translated a couple of ways. It can be translated as an authoritative leader, as your head is on your body, or it can mean source, like the source, the head of a river, like the source of a river. Now for most of Christian history, it was interpreted as an authoritative leadership head, and potentially a source at the same time, but that was the primary meaning. Ever since the feminist power premise came into place, they've switched that around to where, no, it's not about headship in the sense of leadership or direction or authority, because that would be squashing women's power. No, it's headship in the sense of you are the source. You are the spiritual source of your family. You don't actually exercise authority. No, what you do is you provide spiritual life to your family. And from the sound of it, that's a premise that these ladies adhere to. That's essentially what they're advocating for is, hey, the man is the spiritual source. And so you need to look for a man who is a spiritual source. That's what they mean by the head and leader. Because, they don't seem to be listening to his direction.
Decided that's going to be really hard in the long run.
Not that I've
just
seen.
Advise you, like Bethany said, seek some outside counsel from a godly woman if that's what you're seeing in the relationship. And red flag number 3, he's stuck in sinful addiction. So this could be anything from porn addiction, alcohol addiction, drug abuse, anger problems. Those are some of the big red flags that you want to keep an eye out for.
Sure.
And now, this is something that can be very sensitive, that oftentimes, you might not necessarily always even know about in the beginning when you got into the relationship. But if you know about these things and you're like, well, I don't really want to tell anyone, maybe it'll go away once we get married or once, we move further into the relationship, please don't do that. We really want to encourage you to seek some outside advice about this, because we don't know the ins and outs of the situation.
Anger problem is easily manipulable. Yeah, that's a tough one. Because yes, it is very easy to push a man's buttons and get him upset and then blame him for getting upset. Yeah, there's some stickiness
worst
here.
possible thing that you can do is keep it a secret, because when it comes to addictions, where it's not like, it wasn't just like a one-time thing, it's like this is kind of a pattern, something that's going on, it's habitual. You really want to seek outside advice about those sorts of things. So we want to challenge you to go talk to a godly older woman about those specific things. And number 4, he's pressuring you to compromise sexually. Now this can be a tricky one, because if you're feeling pressured, you might have this mixture of feelings of like, well, he desires me, he wants me, he must think I'm beautiful, he wants to be sexually active with me. But if in the relationship you're a girl who's like, wow, I want to...
Okay, but I'm just thinking back through when I was dating. I never once pressured a woman into any kind of sexual activity. I was the one being pressured. Every single time, right? I'm the one pumping the brakes and trying to pull it back. I never met a single Christian girly who I was, pressuring in any way to be physical. It was something that, but of course they don't necessarily see it that way. They will say, oh, well, I was seduced into it. Into, trying to pull you towards me and trying to initiate physical contact. So yeah, this is troubling. I don't know. And I guess it is good that they started off at the beginning by saying, hey, we can be these red flags too. But at the same time, I feel like that's a bit of a cop-out, because they never, from what I see, they never talk about this directly. I don't think they had any videos that were directly speaking to, hey, ladies, this is what you do that makes you a red flag. So outside of that 2 seconds at the beginning, I don't think ladies are going to be applying this to themselves and thinking, you know what, maybe I shouldn't be dragging people in and trying to initiate sexual connection. And they're not really acknowledging that, look, it really has to do with whether or not the woman wants to. If the woman wants to, she's going to push for it. She's going to, she's going to initiate that. And there's also not really much accountability for, hey, if you are feeling that pressure, maybe that pressure is on you. Maybe you are feeling that because you're super attracted to that guy and you want to have sex with him. And you might need to look in the mirror and decide, hey, maybe I'm putting this pressure on myself. Maybe this is just my attraction instincts. Maybe he's not actually. That's what's so tough about this is I don't know what behaviors they're talking about. I mean, let's watch a little bit and see if they mention any specific behaviors that would qualify as like.
I know that sex is such an awesome thing that God has created this passionate expression of love for married couples to enjoy. That's my goal. Yeah. That's what I'm after. And you look at this guy and he's pressuring you. That is not actually true love. Because the Bible says that
how, okay, but how is he pressuring you? What is he doing to pressure you? I don't, like, I'm not seeing what the thing is that guys do to pressure you. Maybe I don't fully understand this, and I'll give them the benefit of the doubt here, because I'm going to assume that most women are going to be in dating relationships with only the men that they find extremely, exceptionally attractive. And those men typically treat women a bit differently, because those guys, the guys at the top that all the women want, they have all the options. So they behave a bit differently with women than the average man might. So maybe these ladies are speaking from experience because they only ever dated the most attractive of the men, and those men had lots of options, and maybe they did expect, maybe those guys do act differently. Maybe because they expect sex, they push forward a little bit more. I don't know. But then again, at the same time, those really, really attractive guys don't ever really seem to need to. Because again, like I mentioned, every dating relationship I was in, I was not the one pushing for it. I was not the one who was just like trying to initiate contact. Never. So yeah, I don't know what to make of this. And I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. But yeah, risk of losing Giga Chad is pressure of losing him to others. That, hey, maybe that's some of it, is maybe they interpret him playing hard to get as pressure. Right? Because they haven't given us any specific behaviors that would tell us what pressure is. And I think that's valid. Your point's valid. If a guy is like, he's got lots of options and he's super attractive to her, she probably feels pressure inside herself to initiate physical contact to lock him down. Just because she's worried that he, might not stick around with her because maybe he has better options. She doesn't know. Maybe that's what they mean by pressure. I don't know. But that's not the guy's fault.
Others' interest. It strives to love others as Christ would love them selflessly. True love says, I want what's best
here's
for
the Christianese.
you, and I want what God says is best for you, and I'm going to help pursue that in this relationship. So if you are feeling pressured, even subtly, again, we just encourage you to talk to a godly woman in your community, in your church. We keep saying that because we don't know your specific situation and we can't personally help you navigate.
I had a Christian girl I was dating absolutely angry that I wasn't trying to make a move to the point of breaking up with me. Well, okay, that's a story time. So yeah, one of the first girls I dated was a pastor's daughter. And yeah, she was very much like moving in and trying to get close. And it seemed very much to me like she was trying to initiate physical contact. And I just told her straight up, because, okay, backstory, pastor's daughter, right? This is a time where I had to go ask her dad for permission to date her because otherwise he wouldn't allow it. So as I did that, he's like, his stipulations were no physical contact before marriage, nothing. He was one of those like ultra purity, barely even hand holding, nothing before marriage kind of guys. So I'm like, okay, fine, I agree to that. I'm like 19, 20 years old at this time. And so she's making moves. She's like scooching in towards me. She's, trying to get as close to me as she can. And I'm interpreting that as like, okay, she seems like she really wants some kind of physical something. And so I just, I cut it off. Trying to honor her dad's wishes. I said, look, I just gotta be honest. I feel like you want me to kiss you in this moment. And I just want you to know I can't kiss you right now. And she said, I know, okay. And she was kind of disappointed in that moment. After that, from that day forward, she completely checked out of the relationship. Was not there. No, just absolute zombie. Wouldn't talk, would barely, like before that, we had been like best friends and we were talking all the time and all of that. After that, she wasn't interested in talking. I had to struggle to keep the conversations going whenever we would hang out. Nothing I did seemed to make her happy. Yeah. She just absolutely checked out of the relationship from that literal day forward. So, yeah, I don't know. Do with that whatever you will.
But that is something serious that you do want to seek outside counsel on. And number 5, wise people in your life don't support the relationship. This one hits kind of close to home for me because I was in a relationship and this was my story. The wise people around me that I trusted and cared about were not in full support of my relationship. And so, I remember being in that.
Listen to your girlies. Listen to your friends. They will tell you exactly what the right man is and whether or not this is the right relationship for you, because there's absolutely no way your girlfriends would ever want to sabotage you.
Situation and
that has never happened before in human history.
Be single and feeling defensive towards that, and I know a lot of you probably feel defensive and kind of like, well, you don't know our story, or you don't know this is really a great relationship.
That's interesting. I think what Matt went through was being used to rebel against the father and disappointment when that secrecy wasn't fulfilled, that fantasy. I never thought of it, but that's entirely possible. She was very sheltered by her dad and by her family. It's entirely possible that there was part of her that wanted to break out and rebel from that. And when she realized that I wouldn't do that, she decided this isn't worth it. I got to get out of here, and just checked out. Because that's what happened, is she basically turned into dead weight. She wouldn't break up with me, but she also clearly didn't want to be with me anymore. So she basically put it into my court to break up with her, and that's what I ended up doing. And then she ended up marrying a a kind of a bad boy loser who ended up going into the Air Force, you know, and then they got married, had a couple of kids, and he walked out on her, left her. So yeah, that didn't really work out super great for her. She did have the bad guy that she wanted for a little bit.
But I just want to encourage you, don't do that. That's what I did for way too long, and it wasn't a good idea. Once I kind of left the stage of infatuation and saw clearly, I was like, they were actually right. The wise people around me were actually giving me wisdom, and they loved me, and they cared about me. And so
which wise people? Yeah, if hey, you want to listen to your pastors, your dad, yeah, they probably have good advice for you. But who are these wise people that you're talking about? If it's your girlies, if it's your friends, are we sure that we trust them? I'm not sure.
To welcome that advice. Don't put up barriers and say, stay away. It's our relationship. Get out of here. No, welcome it, because there's so much wisdom in people that can see clearly, because so often we're blinded
assuming
by
you can
love.
trust them.
You know, we can't see clearly. Yes. He's so cute. His muscles, they just overtake your brain.
That's
but
valid.
Don't do that.
But
really
again,
listen to the wise
who are you?
And red flag
Who
number
are you
6,
listening to?
He's obsessed with himself. Now, we all have selfishness.
Okay,
so
this
like
was
said,
interesting.
No guy's going to be perfect. No guy's going to walk perfectly. But what we're talking about here is a guy who is clearly obsessed with himself. So when you're with him, like, here's just a few things that might be going on. He's really irritated. He's quick to find fault in others. He's obsessed with his muscles and his outward appearance.
Okay, ladies, you know why guys are obsessed with their muscles and their outward appearance today? It's because you pay no attention to them unless they do. You don't give them the time of day unless they are the most attractive men on the block, in the state, right? They gotta top all the other guys in your Hinge filter. So you might have to excuse them for trying to meet your standards, because that's not easy to do. It takes a little bit of effort. Oh, I don't want a guy that he spends a lot of time focusing on how he looks, but I want him to look really, really, really good. Okay. All right. Hey, fine. What's up, Justin? Good to see you, man. Too much watching Johnny Bravo. Having wise people in your life actually is something to have. You can have wise friends. At least the wisdom that was given was actually not to focus on their appearance. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, you can have wise friends. I've also known a lot of ladies that have girlfriends that do not have each other's best interests at heart. They don't tell each other stuff that they need to hear. So, yeah, again, that's what I'm saying. Yes, it's good to have wise counsel in your life, but it needs to actually be wise counsel.
He usually thinks of his comforts and needs before yours. His main concern in life are his dreams. He doesn't really care about your dreams. He's just...
Okay, here it is. We found it, guys. We're one video in, and we found the feminism. So, this assumes that women need to have a mission, like a mission-oriented dream or goal. Now, they don't get into it here, but there are some other videos I saw where they talked about, like, hey, you need to be on mission. You need to be on mission together, that type of thing. We might get to some of that stuff later. And that's a very common one. You see that all over the place in a lot of these Christianese dating advice videos, where they say, hey, you need to you find your thing, you have a mission, you do the thing that God's calling you to do, and then eventually God will bring you together with a person who is in your same mission field. Right? He'll use that mission as a way to connect you with someone else who's doing that thing. Okay, maybe. But what you see is that there's a lot of ladies who they do not want to... They don't want to live out the helper role. They do not want to be the husband's helper. They try desperately to redefine what the word helper means. They redefine what the role, the head of the house means, because they want to be the girl bossy who's got her mission and her thing that makes her the important one. And they want to have a man that supports her too. They want her to be, they want themselves to be the one that has the mission, and the husband to be the helper. They're kind of saying it like it needs to be 50-50, but how often does it actually work out to be 50-50? How many of these things have we seen where it actually stops at 50-50? It doesn't. Like, and I've been around these gals. I've been around these ladies. They are absolutely uncompromising. Once they get stuck in that mindset that I as a woman need to have my mission and my thing, then it becomes impossible to get them out into the helper role. Like I have personal friends. I know Christian women in my communities who they turn down good men who they're decently attracted to, they would want to marry, or they end up ruining a relationship with a man because they are absolutely convinced that, no, I need to do my mission. God has called me to this mission. I have this thing that I have to do. And this guy that I'm dating, he wants me to set that aside to support him. And I can't let go of my mission. I'll be letting God down, and I'll be letting all the other girl bossies down if I let go of my mission. And so they won't settle down and be a man's helper. Or the guy just goes, you know what? I'm not interested in this. I am looking for a woman who is actually going to be my helper, and this woman's just not going to do that because she's way too focused on, her mission. Where in the Bible did God say you will find a spouse because you're in a mission field? That's a very good question. It's never stated that way. I'm trying to think through examples of how relationships came together. You could say that, I don't know, they might point to Ruth. Maybe. That's one of those ones where they look at it and say, well, you need to be the good woman of Christ and, be doing what a woman of Christ does, generally speaking. I don't know that they can really connect that in any sensical way to a mission. If we continue to allow this, Islam will destroy us. God bless you and your work. Totally unbiased. Look, I agree with that. And that is a very big, deep concern for me. That's part of the reason why I'm doing this, is because, Islam has always hated the West. Even if they pretend like they don't, thanks to things like taqiyya, it's always there. It's always under the surface. Islam has never been compatible with the West. They have always wanted to destroy it. That's a part of their core theology that's not optional to them. So yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, we do need to win these battles, or they will win against us. They'll outmuscle us eventually. Marriage happens because of community. I agree with that. Yeah, you can't do this alone. But the question I keep asking though is, where are the men? Where are the guys who like the male oversight to any of this? But yeah, it has to happen in community with. I didn't mean the church. You mean our nation? Yeah. Well, and I agree. Yeah, and that's. I mean, as the church has gone, so the nations of Christendom have gone. So yeah, I think you're right. They're very much connected. The church needs to get its stuff sorted out so that, because otherwise Christianity will not rise from the ashes of feminism that it is currently in. And if it doesn't, then we're gonna have big problems. Then the whole nation is going to continue to have big problems. Christian women claiming to have a mission are just rebellious feminists. Yeah, and I think that's part of what it is that mission gives women an excuse to rebel against their husbands. Well, sorry, dude, I don't need to submit to what you want or go the direction that you want in life. And that's part of what they're getting at here, I think, is if this guy is very if he's so mission oriented that he's actually going to direct you and say, hey, you need to set your thing aside. Well, then he's a bad man. That's a red flag. He's bad for you. Right? If he actually asks you to submit and follow his leadership, that makes him a bad man, I guess. Look, it does not work that way. As someone who's trying my best to exercise a mission, it would be impossible for me to do this if my wife was not in a support role alongside me. If she had her own mission thingy going on the side and we were trying to split between the two things, it would not be feasible. It would not be possible. So it is not wrong for men to say, hey, I'm sorry, no, I do not want to be with a woman who has her own mission and thing that she wants me to support. That, practically speaking, does not work. Did you see the video, "The Church is Filled with Feminine Men" by Nick Jones too? I haven't seen that. I might have to look that up. A bit off topic, but I'd love you to do a collab with Lungs of Faith here on YouTube, or at least do a reaction to one of his videos. That's a great point. I've seen his videos. I think we did react to one a while back. I haven't seen him in a while. He did post a video recently that I would like to look at some point. So yeah, we'll yeah. I think we'll get to that. We'll do that eventually. We'll look at more of them, of his stuff. I may try to reach out to him. I've been starting to reach out to a few more like YouTubers and stuff. I reached out to Joshua Hames, I think is his name, from Reformed Red Pill. See if we can have him on for a conversation. I'm gonna keep reaching out to more people, but that's a good point. That's a good idea. He's got some interesting takes. I personally am not an Orthodox Christian, so I'm sure there's stuff theologically that we won't see eye to eye on, but a lot of our assessments about what's going on are pretty close.
Just overly concerned about himself all around. And as you're in this relationship, you're starting to feel that like, wow, there's two of us here, but it feels like maybe there's only one. That's something to be genuinely concerned about, because that is something that's not just going to go away as the relationship progresses. If you get married, he's not just going to switch and change. And so that's something you really need to take a step back and say, okay, who is this person really and what's going on here, and seek some outside counsel to see if this is something.
Job's wife syndrome.
So those were just 6 of the red flags.
Okay. Yeah, that's enough of that one. I think we've gotten all the stuff we can out of this. This is one of the girl-defined girl bossies. I skipped a bunch of. I'm gonna skip a bunch of it, just because you don't need to sit through all of that. But this one last point that she makes in this video, I thought was worth talking about.
And last one, number 5. Like I said, not an extensive list, just a few important things to be looking for. This is like things that Christian girls should be looking for when dating a Christian guy. So setting up more expectations. Be a one-woman man. And what I mean about that is, as you're dating him, do you feel confident that he is fully and wholly committed to you as the one woman in his life that he is getting to?
Okay, ladies, we always have to flip this back around. Is he getting that from you? Are you a one-man woman? Or do you have a roster? Do you have a bunch of backup plans? I've never encountered a single Christian girly who did not have other backup plans that she was ready to go with. Not one. The only times that I see anything like that, I shouldn't hyperbolize. I'm sorry. The only times that I do see that are when ladies are unbelievably, ridiculously attracted to the man that they're with, which is incredibly rare. Most of the time I see Christian girls dating, they are very meh about the guy that they're with. And so because they're meh, they have backup plans ready to go. Mountain Man Tops, have you heard of Rudy Anthony and his video about Christian women preferring bad boys? Problems of a Single Christian Man, part 4. Would love a reaction video from you on this. I'm gonna add that to the list of things that we need to react to. Yeah, I'm gonna look into that, because that I hope that he's got like examples and stories that show that, because this is a thing that, like, I know what you're referring to and I know what that is. I've seen it, but it's like I'm always looking for stories and examples, because when I try to tell guys who aren't in the trenches about that type of thing, they don't believe it. They think it's impossible. They don't believe it. Okay, Problems of a Single Christian Man, part 4. Let me put that in my search queue. Hey, where'd it go? Anyways, yeah, thanks for sending that in, Rudy Anthony. Oh yeah, we need to pump this guy's views up. Anyways, yeah, we'll look at that at some point.
To know, committing to a serious relationship with, do you feel like he is wholly committed to you, or do you?
While these criteria always trad common sense that good men would do anyway, and if I'm dating and the girl is seeing other people, I'm not interested. Right, yeah. Yeah, this is a lot of what you're seeing is stuff that's common sense. It is sort of basic Christian spirituality. It doesn't really set the guy apart from any other Christian man in any way, shape, or form. So like I pointed out on the in the last main video that we did on the channel, Christian girls do not tell you what they actually want. They tell you stuff that's very generic, it's very easy to say, but it doesn't set you apart from any other actual Christian man in any way, shape, or form. It's stuff that pretty much all of you are doing anyway. So why would they do that? Why wouldn't they just tell you what they actually want? It's because what they actually want is stuff that they can't talk about on these podcasts.
You see him flirting with other women, disrespecting other women, talking crudely about women and making jokes about them? Is he engaged in online pornography? The way that he views women even online, is his life consistent with saying, yes, you are the one woman in my life that I love, I want to get to know, I'm committing to this relationship, and I'm not messing around. I'm not disrespecting other women. I value women and I cherish you.
Yes, okay, so it's being framed as disrespect and devaluing to women to refuse to lock down on just one woman. That tells you how much they hate it when guys are sort of going around. And that tells you how much they hate it when guys have a roster. They don't really seem to have that same level of hate for their own rosters. Sage Art, have you watched The Church is Filled with Feminine Men reaction video by Nick Jones to women mad because men at church not approaching them? Yeah, I'm gonna have to add that one to the list as well. Hold on, give me a second. We'll add it. See, you guys are a big help. Wait, what is this doing? You guys are a big help in like my stream prep, helping me get ready for streams. You guys send me so much good content. Yeah. But yeah, that's good. I'll add that to the list. Thanks for the super chat.
Y'all, this is so important because that man, that man's character, whether or not he is a one woman man, that's going to carry over later on. It's not going to go away. Yes, people can grow and change, but that is so important to look for because trust me, Zach and I have been married coming up on 9 years, and he has faithfully, not just verbally said that I am the one woman in his life that he is committed to loving, cherishing. He's lived that out for the past 9 years.
Sure. Okay. That's great once you're married. But when you're dating, you as a man absolutely should have options. She always has options. I guarantee it. Even if you are that top tier attractive man, most of the time she's at least got a backup plan or two. If you're not at the top of her list and she's just sort of meh, she's not really excited to be with you, I guarantee you she's got a full page. She's got a little booklet of potential options. If not, she's got those apps ready to reinstall and ready to go. This is not a thing that Christian women do. They do not lock in on just one guy while they're dating, especially. And if you're a guy, because you have so few opportunities with women, options, plural. I don't have one option. Exactly. Well, that can be a big part of the problem for guys, is that, a lot of times this is not really advice for Christian women, because oftentimes, if they would just date a guy that's a little bit below their standards for attractiveness and what turns them on and excites them, they would find a guy who just naturally does all of these things that they're asking for. They wouldn't have to worry about red flags. Man, having options, what's that like? Exactly. And that's part of what makes this so difficult, is if you're a guy that has options, it makes you more confident with women. Your body language with women changes. The way that you respond to them changes because you have confidence. You know, in the back of your mind, your subconscious knows, I don't have to make this work. So I can be light, I can be fun, I can play around with this. It does not have to work. And because it doesn't have to work, I can be chill. I can be confident. I can be bold. And that makes you even more attractive. And that gets you even more options, which is why all of that attention filters up to the top even more among women. That's why their gaze keeps going up and up and up. That was a big deal the other day. You're definitely going to want to talk about it. So weird, Christian women don't know why non-Christian men will pursue them before Christian men. Lower standards, duh. Yeah. Yeah, it is a standards issue. That is a good point. Christian men need to accept this calling. We've made women idols. Follow God, live for Christ, ignore false goddess and their priests in the pulpit. Frickin' men, dude. I'm all about that. I fully 100% support that. Say it louder from the back. Yeah, well, and that's just it. It's like, okay, fine. There's a lot of us who, go through dating life having very few options. A lot of like most of my dating life, I did not have any options. Well, maybe I had a couple, but they were not really wife material. They were interested in me, but I'm like, this is not a woman that would make a good helper, that kind of thing. This is not a disciplined woman, or this is not someone who actually wants to be fill the helper role, that type of thing. So, yeah, you don't have options most of the time as a guy. The number of times that I actually had multiple options in my life was very, very rare, and didn't come along until later in life. Yeah, the best thing to do is just don't worship these ladies. Don't worship that relationship. Don't pedestalize them. And definitely don't follow their priests, the white knights, the guys who are pedestalizing them. When sex before marriage wasn't normal, people dated lots of different people, different every night even. Not doing that, going steady, was a big deal and a major relationship step. That's a good point. Yeah, I didn't think of that. So ladies, why is it such a big deal to you that during the dating phase, that this guy that you're talking to doesn't ever talk to or have any interest in any other guy. Look, if you're just dating, you're not married. Especially if it's like during the talking phase and you're just sort of getting the relationship sorted out. Why is this such a huge deal to you that he never like talks to any other girls or has any other kind of relationship with any other girl besides you? Why is it so important to you that he has no options? Well, I think the truth is a lot of these ladies are sleeping around with a lot of the guys. And that is connecting them to these guys. And so they have this deep, deep jealousy, right, that she's speaking to. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just going by what I've seen. Most of the Christian girls that are actually doing dating are sleeping around. And they do end up very possessive of the guys that they sleep with. So I'm not saying that she did that. I don't know what she did. They were on a podcast where I think these ladies admitted that they did kind of sleep around before marriage. I think. Allegedly. I would have to look that up again. Kilted Stefan, your videos prevented me from taking the black pill and started maxing my stats. That is awesome. Love to hear it. Still hoping to meet someone, but I am more confident and try to live a life that honors Christ. Amen, bro. I'm glad to see that. Yeah, let it never be said by those that hate me that I don't encourage you guys to do the best you can with what you've got and keep trying. You guys never hear me saying just pack it up, give up, just stop trying. If I've said that, like somebody point me to a clip where I say that. There's a lot of guys out there, seemingly, who believe that that's my message. And that is never the case. I'm always trying my best to encourage you to max out your stats, do the best you can with what you've got. The only reason why I talk about this stuff so much is that, yeah, eventually that, we have to deal with the lady side of it because a lot of guys are running into limits. There is a max to your stats, and it's possible for ladies to want more than your max. So we gotta deal with both sides of the issue, right? I can't help you guys if you aren't maxing out your stats. I cannot do anything. I can't advocate for you guys at all if you aren't doing the best you can with what you've got, if you aren't taking the talents that God's given you and trying to multiply them. I can't. Because otherwise, the men of influence who need to be doing something about this will look at that and say, well, these guys just need to try harder, and they'll be right. The only way for us to make any kind of appeal or of any kind of the only way for me to advocate for you is if you guys are above reproach. So I appreciate hearing that from Stefan, that he's out there trying. And so that's what, yeah. And I'm never going to stop trying to encourage you guys to do that. Let's see what else. Justin, I'm not saying Christian women are trash, by the way. I'm saying Christian men feel we need to do a lot before marriage. Worldly men will just hook up. Yeah, they just sort of show up and just be hot and be confident, and the Christian girlies will go on dates with them. I've seen even the most Christianese of Christianese girlies going on dates with guys that they fully admit, oh yeah, he's not a Christian. These are, the girls that show up to the women's groups every single week. And they'll, talk about, hey, I went on a date with a guy. He's not really a Christian. I don't know if I might keep doing this or not. Why? Because he's hot and he's confident. He doesn't feel a lot of this spiritual Christianese pressures. Right? And he doesn't feel like he needs to jump through all the hoops that Christian guys do in order to meet these standards. So yeah, that's a good point. Anyways, I think that's enough of that one. I think we get the point with that one. This was a little painful to listen to. So they start off, I'm skipping a bunch of it because it was just repetitive, kind of irritating to listen to. But the point of this video is that they brought up these stats which talk about how across the globe, something like 80% of people have sex with their eyes closed. right? Because they're often a fantasy world. They're not actually thinking about or engaging with the person that they're having sex with. They have to be thinking about somebody that's hotter, basically. And that the vast majority of people can't get there while actually looking at the person that they're with. And so they start talking about how they keep hearing they keep getting emails and calls and messages from women who were disappointed by sex on their wedding night. And this is what they say you should do with that.
Controversial, or it might sound very controversial when I say it, but there is a phrase that really went around during the purity culture movement, and it's something that I'm sure both of us heard many times, but it was this saying, save the beauty of sex for marriage. And it was this whole idea that if you reserve this act for marriage, the act in itself is where the beauty, is where the meaning, is where the intimacy is found. So as long as you can get these two people that save sex for marriage when they bring their bodies together, if they can rub them the right way and pull out the right movements they read in those books, the stars are going to explode, and that's where the beauty is found, within the act itself. And here's what might come across as controversial. I don't think the beauty is in the sex. I think that is wrong messaging, and I think that's where many women, especially those who grew up in the purity culture movement, why they became so disillusioned with sex within marriage, because they saved it all. They went through the motions. They got things in the right places, They were like, we nailed it. We made it work. Our bodies are rubbing the right way. Maybe my husband is even very generous, or I'm very generous to him sexually, but like, where's the, the sex doesn't feel beautiful, but we saved the beauty of sex for marriage. Why does this not feel beautiful? And here's what I want to say.
It's because you're not attracted to your husband. Well, let's see what they say.
I think the beauty of sex, the beauty is within the people. The beauty is within the creation, the one that God designed. It's the intimacy within, the open-heartedness, the honesty, the intimacy that the two people are creating. It's the meaning that they create with their bodies, what they're giving to each other, how they're loving each other. That's what creates mind-blowing, incredible, soul-satisfying sexual experiences, not just the act. You can take that same act and it can have a million different meanings. It can be the opposite of beautiful. It can be awkward. It can be embarrassing. It can be shameful. It can be destructive. It can be damaging. So the act itself isn't where the beauty is found. Totally. The beauty is found in the image bearers that God designed, and those image bearers coming together. And just like that stat I quoted earlier, where 90% of couples are basically not able to reach climax with their eyes open, it shows you that we're relying on this act to try to satisfy.
No, that's not what you're relying on. Okay, so this is a false dichotomy. They're presenting you with two options and not presenting you with the thing that's actually going on. So they're framing it as though it is either the stuff that you do that makes you satisfied, the how you do it, or it is the spiritual connection between the two of you that you focus on. It's really tough to parse out from what she's saying. She's using a lot of word salad and a lot of Christianese to explain it. And she goes on quite a bit more with this. Maybe we'll watch a little bit more. I don't know how much more we can stomach. But basically, this comes from the idea that this is a very common, popular idea in Christian spheres. That, sex is, the two become one flesh. And there's a whole bunch of spiritualizing and Christianese that we add to that, where it's like, you are these two souls that are conjoining in this act. And okay, maybe there's something to that, but that is never said anywhere in Scripture to have anything to do with how much you enjoy the act. There's really not much of anything in Scripture that talks about what will cause you to enjoy sex. That's just not there. And so you see this constant pull from Christians to try to create a whole theology around enjoying the bedroom that is based in that kind of spirituality. So, yeah, my wife wants to come and rant. Yeah, we'll give it a second. But yeah, the idea is that, we spiritualize everything. We take scriptures and we try to extrapolate as much as we can to fill in all the gaps of what it doesn't actually say. The scripture does not actually say what will make you attractive, what will help you to enjoy each other physically. It just doesn't say it at all. But we need answers as Christians, and we're unwilling to look at reality and what reality tells us, so we spiritualize it. And so they're creating this dichotomy between, it's either all the acts that you do, or you focus on the other person's spirit and your two spirits meshing. It really doesn't have any, whether or not you actually enjoy it and you get there or not, so to speak, it's very, very little to do with anything that's going on, like in terms, I mean, the physical activity does have something to do with it. There's something there. But ultimately, it's, do you actually, like for her, do you actually respect the man that you're with? Are you actually attracted to him? Do you actually want to be there with him? No amount of focusing on his spirit is going to make you enjoy it. Nothing is going to make you enjoy that if you don't actually find your husband attractive. Never take advice from women and never take what they say as gospel. That is facts. It's a bad idea. Do women get it right some of the times? Yes, they do. They get it right most of the time. No. If we're talking about dating advice, yeah, they'll say some things. Some of them might be true, but like we discussed in the video on White Knights, it is not in women's best interest to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth about what actually works with them and what they actually want. Because it does not make them look good to the group. It doesn't make them look holy and righteous and pure and spotless and angelic. It makes them look human and normal. It's not a problem. I don't have anything against that. It's just, yeah. Let's see. Silence advertisements, yeah. Yeah, TLDR, they aren't sexually into their man. They still want Chad. Exactly. That's a big part of it.
To bring us this little bits of pleasure, but we're missing the person. We're missing the intimacy.
Women are practicing takia. That might be the funniest thing. Well, man, that's... Yes. Yes, they are. Wait. Is that why they like Islam so much? Is that why they're trying to vote to bring as many of them in? They're trying to turn Islam into this great, egalitarian, loving, peaceful religion. It's because they know the doctrine of takia and they love it. That's funny.
See, we're missing the beauty within the people that God created. And so I think if we had changed the messaging within the purity culture movement and we had told young people and we had told couples that were getting married, the beauty is within you. It's what you bring to the marriage bed in that way.
It's in yourself. It's in your soul.
That's going to make the sexual experience what it is. And I can tell you from personal experience that the more I individually have grown, the more my husband has grown, the more that we have developed like this place of radical honesty in our relationship. I mean, it's hard to be known. There are things we don't like about ourselves. There's sin, there's ugliness, there's thoughts. Instead of pretending, having that radical honesty in your relationship and then not servicing each other in an unhealthy, like, okay, I guess I'll just manage your sexuality. Yeah. Coming together in a way where you are truly like open-hearted, loving, willing to be seen, willing to be known, willing to look into
vulnerability. Okay, so that's the premise. That's the idea is you're not that guy. You're not that guy, pal. Exactly. Yeah, the idea that she's getting at is basically be open and be vulnerable and be spiritually vulnerable. Just open up to each other and that will make you enjoy it. Okay. Yeah, sure. I totally believe you. I've just not seen or heard of that ever being a thing that worked. If it works, I tend to believe that that's a coincidence. Because that just is not what that's not what the most common things we see actually in real life. Actually, that's not how it plays out most commonly in real life. I can't help but observe some of the worst life choices started with "I feel like." Yeah, maybe a little bit less feeling, more thinking. That's about all I can stomach of that. Anyways, this I thought was interesting. So this is one of those girlies. This is the last one of them that we'll look at. We'll get into some of the other Christian girl boss dating advice. This is her with her husband. I just thought this was funny. Just
What's up,
Just
y'all?
watch.
It's Bethany and
Dave, hi everybody.
surprise. We're mixing it up today.
Blink
Kristen
twice
is
if you're
actually
if
in
you need help, dude.
So we're not feeling too sorry for her right now. But I was super excited because when I found out she was going to be out of town and we needed another video, I was really excited to have you on.
How let's
When I found out she was
watch that
gonna be out
again.
of town and we needed another video.
How real is that smile? How badly does this guy want to be here right now? He got the empty stare, yeah. Is her husband Megan Rapinoe? Could be. The shoulder claw is crazy. Is that the same woman? Yes, that is the one. From Hostage Smile. Yeah. When Mr. Purpose rant. Yeah. Exactly. He's in the further? What? He knows the hand sign for help, right? Yeah. Give it to dude, are you okay?
I was really excited to have you on because we haven't done a video together in a long time.
I was excited too.
Do we believe that he was excited?
Really excited to have you on because we haven't done a video together in a long time.
I was excited too.
I don't believe that he was excited.
I'm
I'm
actually really excited. For those of you who don't know who introduce yourself.
I'm Dave. I'm Bethany's husband, and I've been married to Bethany.
He's so uncomfortable, yeah.
Privilegedly for the last 3 years.
Wait.
I've been married to Bethany. Privilegedly for the last 3 years.
He is such a good little boy. I've been married to her privilegedly. Oh, they looked at, yeah, he looks lost. And she's so happy. Ha 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 ha.
3 years, and it's been wonderful to.
That was the realest laugh that she could have given in that moment.
So we have actually had a lot of videos on Girl Defined. Our entire wedding was live streamed on Girl Defined.
That is the realest of real smiles. Yeah, this guy, I'm sorry, dude. So, how much do we want to bet some of the reason why this dating advice is the way that it is because they're married, but they're married to guys that are absolutely terrified of offending their wives. How much do we want to bet that this guy has never really told her no? Like, what do you think the percentage is? What's the percentage chance that that he has ever said, no, honey, we're not doing that? Like, forcefully put his foot down. This guy is in a, like, man. Oh, my wife's rant, Mr. Purpose. Okay. All right. Z, they want, the guys want to see your rant. Is Gunner doing good? Can he hang out for a second by himself? Yeah, if he can hang out, then come in here and give him the rant. But I think maybe some of the reason why the Christian girlies dating advice is the way it is because either they're single and they have no oversight, they have nobody like watching over them, checking their work, or they're married to guys who absolutely are terrified to Oh yeah, she's giving the baby food. She'll do the rant in a second. But yeah. These guys know that if they were to speak out against what their wives say on their channels, that they're, she's got a massive following, and whatever she says that's just gonna go in the public eye, in the public opinion. So, does this guy have any ability to tell her that she's wrong or that she said something that's not right? Even if he did disagree, which I'm not saying he does, I don't know. But even if he did, do you think he could correct her? Do you think she would listen? Not getting the vibes of that. He probably had his confidence destroyed a while ago. Yeah. The sisterhood will put him through the ringer in the comments if he stands up and says no or disagrees with her. Exactly. Yeah, this guy is clearly uncomfortable, does not want to be there, and is, he's acting it out. This whole thing is reeks of performative.
Our entire...
On Girl Defined.
I think it was on Girl Defined. So, like he said, we've only been married for 3.5 years, so we are not like marriage pros or anything. But this video is going to be specifically for those of you who are like single, dating, engaged, or really in like your first...
Anyways, I don't really I don't really want to see any more of that. But yeah, I think you guys get the point. Yeah, she made him into a beta. Yeah. So yeah, the reason why Christian Girly's dating advice is the way it is because they either have they're single and they have no oversight and they're just saying, I feel, or whatever feels right to me. Or they're married to guys who are terrified of what their wives can say about them on their platform. While those guys don't have any platform of their own, they have no leverage or ability to tell their wives, hey, this stuff that you're saying is kind of whack and it's not true. They have no ability to correct their wives, even if they do disagree. So these ladies don't have any oversight anywhere. And so they can drift into whatever they want to. They can put whatever amount of feminism into it that they want to, right? Hey, you need to be a girl boss who has your mission. And if a man doesn't support you and your mission as a woman, then he's obviously a red flag. They can say stuff like that and no one will check them. No one will call them out on it because they don't have anybody around them who can. This guy was raised by parents who conditioned him to be a people pleaser, and he always had to do what mom and dad said or he would receive some form of punishment. You can... Look, I wasn't there when he was a kid, but that sounds about right, just looking at him. Successfully domesticated, yeah. She's married to the internet? Yeah. Woof. Anyways, let's get out of here. I kind of wanted to, this is a long one. We're gonna skip around through this one. This one seemed like it had some interesting points in it. So we'll see what, this is Christian Bevere and Ashley Hetherington. She's a very, very popular YouTuber. She's got like almost 1 million subscribers.
To say no in those situations for a better yes.
Okay,
What?
take me to.
For probably months, but he goes to church. So that's what I mean by discipline. You need to say no in those situations for a better yes.
Okay, take me to.
Okay, so basically just
take
high
me to what
standards
that's
there. We're
looked like
starting
to
off great.
actively not settle, because you even spoke to this, like the Franklin, Tennessee versus LA demographic is very different. And you moved there with a friend and met some amazing community, but then some of your community started dating other people. And I'm sure that that tension of how do I continue to not settle when there are people pushing me just to go out with the Christian guy, when there are friends that are meeting people, how do you stay fervent to that in those times when it's hard? What have you done to plant yourself, or I guess just vulnerably speaking, can you relate to the girls that feel that same way of like, well, my friends are meeting the guy that doesn't just go to church but is an avid believer, but I'm stuck here with the guy with the dusty Bible asking me just to hang out. Like, what's that like?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, my friends and I, we've talked about it a lot because you have to make a choice of how you're going to walk out your singleness, whether or not you are going to just like have no faith and just like settle, or whether you're going to truly wait and believe. And it all is measured by your faith, truly. And again, you're going to have people speaking death into it, being like, okay, I mean, I've had people tell me everything. Like people be like, okay, so.
Yeah, not settle is terrible corruption of the language. Yeah. Woof. Yeah, wow, heaven forbid they find a local guy. Exactly. What's your advice to actually internalize real Christ-like masculine frame when so many Christian men become like her husband? Well, it needs to be real. And for that, a lot of times you can't do it by yourself. You're going to need other guys around you. You're going to need support, because a lot of the reason why that guy looked so terrified is because he knows he has nobody in his corner. He has nobody in his camp. So you need to have a crew of other guys that you know and you can trust will, hey, no matter what, these guys got my back. Whatever happens, these guys will look out for me. I'm going to look out for them, whatever happens. That will help you that men can strengthen each other just by having that community where they know that there's other men around them who can pick them up. That is a force multiplier on your strength, on your mental toughness, on your confidence. If you're an island, you're totally by yourself. It's going to be a struggle for you to have that masculine firmness. So I'd start there. The only other thing is just to get practice. And, well, actually, back up before that. Make sure that you are okay with the outcome with the outcome not being what you want. Because a lot of times that's what women and feminism, that's what they'll use to control you, is they'll hold the outcome over your head. You know, that you want this relationship to continue, you want things to work out with this person, whatever it is. They will hold that over your head. And so if you are clear and you're about who you are and what you want out of life, you know what you want your life to look like, and you know that you can get the most fulfilling things in life without a woman's help, then that gives you a strong foundation to be confident. Right? And the obvious Christianese way to say that is, you know, you have to find your satisfaction in life in Christ and Christ alone. That is the ultimate force multiplier and strengthener. Right? Because if you are one of these guys who worships at the altar of woman, right? That's another piece of the puzzle. That's why guys like that, they look so whipped and so beat down, is because they want that woman's approval desperately. They want it more than they want their creator's approval. So if you start there with that foundation of, hey, I want Christ, I am satisfied by Jesus, I'm satisfied by God, I don't need the woman to provide for my emotional needs, I don't need for her to do what I want, or I don't need her to stick around with me. I know I can have a good life even if she tries to use those things as leverage. That is where a lot of that strength and that masculinity can come from, because that gives you confidence. So again, this goes back to what we're talking about with options. The guys who have the most options with women are the ones who are most confident with women. Now, as a lot of guys pointed out, that's really tough to do. If you're starting from the bottom, if you're starting from scratch, you haven't really started the work process to become that attractive, desirable man yet. So it's hard to have the most important thing, which is confidence. It's hard to have confidence without options. But even if you don't have other women as options, if you have that ultimate option to where you know, okay, I could pull the plug on this anytime I want because I know I'm satisfied with Jesus. That is the ultimate option in your back pocket. And that can build up your confidence. It starts there. God is the ultimate option. I wonder if that has something to do with the reason why women want so much focus to be on them and on pleasing them. Because they don't want, they want a guy who follows Jesus and does all the Christianese spiritual things, but you'll notice when they talk about that stuff, it's, well, does he do the Bible studies and take notes during the sermon? Does he do the all of the Christianese stuff? Does he raise his hands in worship? That's what I want spiritual leadership to look like. Because, and it's does he support me in my dreams? Right? Stuff like that. That's what a good godly man of God does. See, he supports me in God's mission for me. His mission for me, the woman. What if that is a device that women are using to get men away from actually just being satisfied in Christ and having that as their leverage? What if they want men focused on these other performative things that are not God? Because they know that reduces men's actual connection to God and gives them more leverage, gives the ladies more leverage. Maybe, I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. I think it's possible. Whether people agree with them or not, Red Pill and MGTOW are often reactions to how many men perceive modern feminism and gender culture. Yeah, there's a lot of people that don't like it, and they don't agree with it, or they don't want to believe that it's true, but it is a reaction to that. Much of it is. Feminism and gender culture have sought to cover up women's behavior and ensure that guys are isolated and confused. so that they don't know what's going on. And yeah, the MGTOW, the red pill, even a lot of the black pill, a lot of it is just, it's informational because they're tired of that. They're tired of that being the status quo. They're tired of just being alone, confused, and isolated, and being told that that's how you need to be. You need to be confused about women. You need to stop comparing notes and looking at what you actually see women doing. Stop talking about how women are treating you. And so, yeah, these are reactions to that. There's the red pill is the guy saying, no, we are not satisfied with that. That is not working for us. It's not working for anyone. It's actually turning out to be terrible for women too. We reject that. We're going a different direction. We're going to talk.
But what if he just like is getting into his faith a little bit and like you're supposed to help him? And I'm like, love that for other people. Don't love that for me.
Yeah.
Not going to choose that for me. And so
Good on you.
it's kind of like when you're like, getting lunch and someone's like, okay, well, you should just get the hot dog. And you're like, no, I'm going to wait for my salad. Thank you. You can get the hot dog. I'm going to get the salad. Hugs and kisses.
Okay.
You got to look at the fruit. You got to look at the fruit. People will say,
Okay, what's the fruit?
like, especially if we're just going to talk
What is
about
the
like
fruit?
the Christian boys versus the men of God. Like, I think we got to go there because just because he is a Christian doesn't mean he's like obsessed with Jesus. He might have like gone to church, grew up in the church. His mom loves the Lord. Like, just because his mom loves the Lord doesn't mean he loves the Lord.
Which can be true for women too. And I think that goes beyond the principles of dating. It's like if we do anything, if we want to have a social presence, a business, a legacy that delights the Lord, it's going to need to be grounded. The rubber's going to need to meet the road. So yes, in dating, it's really important to find someone that really loves the Lord, but like evaluate that in yourself too. Even if you've known the Lord for years.
Yeah, so they're talking about like, hey, we got to have our own business. Is that what they're saying? That honors the Lord? Maybe. Can you do your business and still support your husband in his mission and be the primary supporter? I don't know. I don't get the sense that either of these ladies are spending the majority of their time supporting their husband's thing.
Even if you've been doing great things for the Lord, like make sure your heart is tethered there. That's my MO lately. It's like, I don't want to get in the motions. I want to love the Lord. I want to read his word, all of those things. And I love that you're encouraging women not to settle.
Yeah, at least she says
and
evaluate
to keep that
yourself.
fervency of like the vision of, but I'm waiting for that. I'm not just waiting until something finds me. I'm waiting for the thing that is mine to find. My in-laws, they're incredible. They've challenged my mindset on so many things, but like how I eat is very true to that nature. I mean, I'm from Alabama. It was like, we have fast food.
The irony, a man of God wouldn't date a social media influencer woman. That's exactly right. That's exactly the problem, is that these ladies are exactly the wrong people to be giving advice to women about how to date, because the men that they're describing don't want women who are front and center in the media. They don't want women who have their own girl bossy podcast that they spend most of their life working on. Their own thing. First of all, the men that they're talking about are the most desirable of the Christian men, the ones that have options. And so those guys, they can pick any woman they want, and so they do, and they pick the ones that are gonna be totally out of the public eye. They're not gonna be doing this kind of thing. So that's a good point.
Food and everything's fried, and I love that. And they've really challenged the way I eat. And not just that, they've challenged like waiting on the right thing. I would travel with Lisa sometimes, and you know this, like traveling, it's harder to find good food. It's harder to find healthier options. And if there wasn't a good option, sometimes Lisa would be like, oh, we'll just won't eat. Like, we'll wait till breakfast tomorrow. And I'm like, girlfriend, I'm hungry.
I don't think you, as a man, you should date a woman on social media if you're less relevant on social media than her. That's probably a fair point, and that's one of the reasons why our society will crumble unless we can convince women to get off social media. From what I understand, Gen Z is starting to reject it. They're starting to go back to dumb phones because they see a lot of how absolutely destructive it is to mental health and to people. But yeah, until you get large scale rejection of social media by women, that's going to be a problem, because yes, you're going to have a hard time as a man if you are less relevant online than the girl you're dating, because she's going to think you're beneath her. The problem is women tend to get far, far more attention on social media and online than men do. just because they look better. And audience is biased towards looks. So if women are on there, they by default are going to get orders of magnitude more attention. So the only way to solve that is to convince women to let go of social media. Aztec, it's beyond absurd to hear women complain about men who are not, quote, obsessed about Jesus, but they are obsessed about anything but Jesus. Yeah, they're obsessed with their podcast and their thing. It's honoring to God. We got to throw that in there. That is it. If you were obsessed with Jesus, why aren't you, seeking to be humble and out of the spotlight, to be a supporter to your husband? Why aren't you obsessed with doing the things that God instructs a wife to do? Why are you obsessed with this stuff and being out in the public eye? Is that an obsession with Jesus? Or is it an obsession with getting more views? I don't know. We can't convince enough of them they're going to have to learn the hard way for them to change. Yeah, you're right. I wish that wasn't the case. I wish we could convince more of them. Look, there are some. I don't think it's entirely hopeless. I do see some that are starting to reject it. In some Christian circles especially, it is a bit of it has become a pride point even for Christian girls to get off social media. Of course, they have to tell everyone around them that, it's like being a vegan. Everybody else has to know about it. But hey, if that's what it takes, if you got to tell everybody about it and that's what'll get you to do it, fine. I would much rather that than have all of them on social media all the time and posting and trying to seek attention for themselves. Comparing their lives to the highlight reels of everybody else around them. Yeah, this is very true. This is how most women learn, myself included. That's my wife, by the way. She's not really super present on social media for exactly that reason. It was not a fun experience. And I think, there are some, like I said, there are some Christian girls that are starting to see how damaging it is. They're starting to get it. It's really bad for you. So I don't think it's entirely hopeless, because I think it is starting to get to the point where younger women especially feel it as a pain point and people are starting to speak up about it. Yeah. Twitter addiction needs to be replaced for a positive goal action. Yeah. Okay, that's another good point, is that you can't just tell the ladies get off social media. You kind of need to replace it with something else. And hey, why don't we start with actual obsession with Jesus? Like, maybe not in the sense that you're comparing every guy you meet to him and being like, well, he's got to meet that standard of Jesus or else I'm not going to marry him. Not in that sense, but like seeking to serve him the best that you possibly can. Seeking to be humble, quiet, respectful behind the scenes. Be supportive, agreeable. Be sweet, be warm. Look out for others more than you look out for yourself. Yeah, start there. And this is why it's going to be such a struggle. Because ultimately that mission, the most compelling mission that you can replace that with, is a husband. The best way to replace that hunger for something is for that woman to become a wife and a mother. Like, look, trust me, once you have a kid, like, the boredom disappears. You are never stuck in a place where you're like, man, I just got nothing to do right now. A lot of this is women are scrolling because they're bored, and they're bored because they're not taking up those natural roles of supporting their husband, and, raising kids. So, yeah, it's a chicken or the egg question. How do you get women into marriages if they're bored and they're filling it with social media that's stopping them from getting into marriages? But like I said, yeah, it is starting. There are women who are starting to realize how bad it is for them, and they're starting to drop it. Is it enough? Not yet, but I think it's coming.
I'm eat.
Hopeful.
But she's like, but is it worth like eating something not good? I was like, shoot, I've never thought of it that way before. I've just known my own appetite, and I thought if the timing is to the point of starvation, like that's exaggerated, but you know what I mean? Like I'm used to eating 3 times a day, and I wouldn't even consider waiting overnight for the better thing. And I think some women may find themselves in that area. If I didn't think I'd have to be single in my 30s, or I didn't think I'd have to be single and go to my friend's wedding. And
wait,
is
so
it
they're telling
easy
these
to wait
girls to
past
wait
that area
longer?
of like, no, I'm really longing for this thing. No, but it is better to wait for the better thing, because the satiation of delayed for the right thing is going to serve you so much more than.
Yeah, but what is the right thing? Yeah, being faithful in singleness, discipline in the waiting. Yeah, so they're talking about themselves up to this point, and then they just go straight into like, hey, you got to wait for the best possible man. The problem is, I know these Christian girls. Again, like I've said before, I know them. I'm friends with them. I have conversations with them. Not these two, but the women that they're speaking to. If they're single in their 30s, they passed up dozens, if not hundreds, of the exact men that they just described in this previous section. The man that is godly, loves Jesus, all about him, would be a good husband. They passed those guys up. And now these girls are telling women to wait even longer. Pass up even more guys, because they're not getting to the root of the problem if these girls are still single. It is not that their spiritual standards are too low. It's that they have a whole other set of standards, their earthly standards, and they're checking guys for that first, and then they check for spiritual attributes like these that they talk about. The guys that they've been skipping over that whole time are exactly the men that they talk about. And these women are encouraging women to wait even longer, so in the hopes that they will find a guy who is both the highly attractive man, who's got all of the worldly things I want that they're not talking about, and he's got all the spiritual stuff that they are talking about. That's what's going on in the minds of the women who are hearing this. So they're encouraging these women to wait longer. Look, I've told this story before, but there's one particular Christian woman I know who's now, I think she's 30 now, but I was talking to her about this, and she's like, yeah, I'm struggling to find a guy who meets my standards for spirituality. And basically all these criteria that these gals are talking about. Same thing. And she said, I can't find it, because we were talking about why are you still single? And, I was like, okay, when you date, how often is it that you reject a guy versus he rejects you? Or you dump the guy versus he dumps you? She's like, about 80% of the time it's me. I leave the guy. I'm like, okay, why? Why do you leave him? She's like, well, those guys just aren't on my level spiritually. And so, yeah, that seems to be the problem, is I just can't find guys who are at my level spiritually. So I told her, okay, we briefly went to the same young adults group, like small group. I was in the guys group chat. These guys were incredibly spiritual. They're constantly encouraging each other. Every day they're picking each other up and praying for each other. They're throwing Bible verses into the chat. They're talking about like, hey, which events are we going to go to at the church and all of that? How are we going to support? How are we going to help? How are we going to serve? Those guys, every one of them was exactly the thing that she described. And she was right next to them in a life group. And I know that several of them were interested in her. So I asked her, I was like, okay, but what about that guys in that life group that we were in together? And she went, yeah, but those guys are, you know. Okay. That's why you're single. It's because you have two lists of stuff that you're looking for, and you're only willing to talk about one of them. You have a worldly attributes list, and those guys did not meet it. But when people talk and they in public about it, or you ask these girls questions about it, the first thing they bring up is the spiritual list and say the guys fall short there. That's what's actually going on, and that is happening in every Christian girl's mind when they hear this podcast. They hear this podcast and they're not even thinking of it themselves. Like this girl that I was having this conversation with, she was not thinking about that. She was not consciously processing the idea that she had worldly standards for these men. None of the Christian girls listening to this podcast are processing that consciously either. That's just a subroutine that's running all the time under the surface, unconsciously. Once you press them and you start uncovering and asking questions, they will admit to it eventually, like in that story, but they're not conscious about it. They're not thinking about it. So when they hear this podcast, the unconscious stuff stays in place, and they add this as a layer on top of that. They add the spirituality on top of the worldly stuff that they're unconsciously looking for, and it keeps them single. So this is an encouragement to keep women single later and later and later into their lives. Yeah, I don't think this is a great idea. Do you wanna do the rant?
He's not sleeping.
Oh, okay.
But he's not.
All right. Are you sure she wasn't aware? Maybe she was very aware and chose the spirituality list to save face. I don't know. That's a good question. Yeah. That is a very good question. It's possible, but yeah, it's so tough to tell. You don't have any way to know. I do know that it is operating subconsciously at least. It's possible that she's, thought about it. She eventually did admit it. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and my wife is gonna rant for a second. You guys have fun with that. Here is boy.
This boy.
He is
He's big boy.
large. He is fat.
Oh, that's a lie. Hey guys. Okay, so the first thing I want to get upset about, just real quick. I don't like the food analogy that she's using. Like, she said, okay, so how about we wait until tomorrow and then you can have like a healthier thing instead of eating the unhealthy thing right now. Last time I checked, men aren't food. Okay? When you have food, that's for sustenance, okay? That's ridiculous to me that she thought it was acceptable for her in-laws to tell her, oh, you can wait until tomorrow to have a healthier meal, and she thought that that would be an appropriate analogy when it comes to Christian marriage. No, it's not. I hate it when other women use absolutely ridiculous analogies to try to prove their point as to why they're waiting for marriage or why they think men are this or why they think men are that, because like comparing a man to an unhealthy meal is about the equivalent of comparing a woman to forget it, I don't know, I'll also say an unhealthy meal, because eating one is not going to hurt you. Like, I'm getting really caught up on that stupid analogy there. But the thing is, it's like, something that someone mentioned was one of the most detrimental things you can ever hear in a sentence is the words "I feel like," and that is a big problem when it comes to Christian women in our circles, is that's how a lot of our sentences start out. And it's to the point now where I'm noticing it in my female friends, and I cannot stand it because I feel like always leads to problems in their marriage. Every single time. Anytime I'm talking to them about their husbands and they're struggling with something, like maybe their husband talked to them in a way that they weren't really happy about it or something, it's always down to oh, well, you know, I just got the feeling or I just got the sense that, and then I have to remind them, no, you need to look at this objectively. And I know that's difficult because when you're really emotional, your frontal lobe stops working. But at the same time, you have to think like a man. You gotta. Sometimes you just gotta. You have to put yourself in his shoes in terms of being a little bit more practical and that sort of thing. And that's the problem with a lot of these podcasts. That's not what they're doing, right? They're not being practical because being practical means that their goals of getting what they want are not going to happen. It's just not going to happen because, you know, if you're practical, you have to be realistic. And when you're realistic, you don't get the fantasy that you think of in your head of like what someone said, like 6 feet, 6 figures, 12 inches. But yeah, no, that's so true. Like, people need to remember their feelings aren't the Holy Spirit, but women have been taught that our feelings are so sacred. You know, you have to be true to yourself. You have to follow your heart. And all that ends up doing is creating women who sleep around and then they live to regret it later. And then they think they can go to a guru who can wash away their body count. No. No.
They go to Brazil.
They go to Brazil to wash away their body count. No, that's not how that works. And that's something that I keep trying to tell my younger Christian friends who are not married yet when it comes to, you know, their sexuality and that kind of stuff and them being tempted and whatnot. I always tell them, I'm letting you know right now, you will regret it. You will regret it if you compromise in that way, because you will inevitably feel that pull of, I didn't honor the Lord, and I don't know if my future husband is going to respect me as much because I slept around. But on the other hand, you're also going to have the world telling you like, oh no, it's fine, it's okay. You need to figure out your sexual preferences before you get married anyway. Because how on earth are you going to know if he's the one? I hate that mentality. I hate that so much. Because no, when it comes to, I'm almost done. When it comes to sex and relationships in general, the whole point is to develop that connection more and more and more with your husband and your wife as the marriage goes on. Because I'm telling you right now, after you have children, a lot of those drives will change, okay? So you need to be adaptable, and that's the issue, is that a lot of these women aren't very adaptable, and then they run into problems with that before they even get married, and they wonder why. No. You need to be adaptable. You need to be practical. You need to be realistic. Will that always mean that you're gonna get what you want? No. But maybe that's not the point. Maybe that's not the point. Maybe what you want isn't actually the best thing, because there were a lot of things before we got married that I wanted. God took them away, and I was like, what the heck? And then I realized, oh, turns out God actually knew a lot better than I did. It's almost like he's the Lord Almighty. He knows all things, you know? Anyway, I'm done. You my child. You my baby. One more view to baby. Say to the people, Gano. Say to the people. Yeah, is that you? Yes. Okay, let's go. Come on, my bub. Let's go. Bye, guys.
Let's see here. Mother, I have no idea what these lights are. He loves lights. He is Mothman. You think the lack of women's adaptability is what leads to a dead bedroom? Well, I think it's part of it. I mean, let's be real, though. A lot of it is just be hot. Be attractive. It has to do with whether or not you're... It has to do with whether or not you are attracted to the spouse. And for the woman, do you respect him? Are you humble? Kid looks like him. Yeah. That's a good thing. Aaron Clary rule, yeah, be hot. That is a lot of it. But at the same time, it does come down to influences as well. if you're a woman who's constantly being influenced by social media, that will change what you perceive to be hot enough. The inputs that you have, the stimuli that you have in life will change where your acceptability or your attractiveness threshold is. So it isn't just on the men to be hot. That's one thing I do need to, I can't remember if I pushed back on that when we talked about Aaron's book. But because yes, as a guy, you need to be attractive. You need to be the things that excite the woman. But because of the way our dopamine systems work, they always find and reach homeostasis with whatever stimuli you're receiving most commonly. And so if she's commonly being stimulated by social media all the time, it's going to be really hard for you as a guy to be hot enough to activate her dopamine centers, because they've achieved homeostasis and they're at a place where they require a lot of stimulus. Smut is another thing. If women are reading smut, sorry, dude, you're done. You don't have a chance. So a part of it is managing the inputs that are coming into your lives. And so if you're a husband, that is something that you will have to put your foot down on at times. You will have to say, no, I'm sorry, you can't read that book. No, I'm sorry, you do need to get off social media, or you need to get off this platform or whatever, because that is causing stimulations for you that are changing the way you see me. And you are viewing me as lesser because of this other input. You can't watch that Netflix show. That's one of the things you have to be on guard with, is what is influencing or stimulating your wife. Because that will, in the same way that, yeah, it's fair for her to say, well, this guy's watching porn, and that's making it hard for me to be attractive to him. Doesn't take away her responsibility to stay in shape, try to be attractive for her husband. Because like Aaron Clary pointed out, that is the most loving thing you could do, is be the hottest person you can be for your spouse. But at the same time, it has to happen on both sides of the equation. It can't just be you working, or it can't just be her working either. Yes, abstaining from a lot of media is very important for marriage, yeah. Yeah, if you're constantly overstimulated by everything all the time, either you or her, it's going to be detrimental to your relationship. So, yeah, part of it is adaptability, in the sense that you need to be willing to just do it, even in times when you don't really feel it. Because yeah, there's times when it's like, well, I don't really feel it right now, but once you get into it, you're actually happy that you're there. And once you're done, you're actually glad that you did it. And if you let it go, you end up losing that connection that you have, because yeah, sex is a very connecting thing. So I think there's something to that. There's more than one input. There's more than one thing going on. It's not just be hot. It's not just watching out for the other person's inputs. You do have to have a sense of willingness. Yeah. And it's also, in terms of adaptability, it's not always going to happen at the times when you want it either. Because especially once you get into marriage and you have kids, it may not be possible to do things when you want to. And I think that's more what my wife is referencing, is, yeah, there have been times where we've wanted to, but Gunner's kind of the boss, and he starts freaking out, and he tells us no. And so you got to be willing to roll with that kind of thing. So, yeah. Anyways, where were we? I don't know. There was a couple of other points in here that I think might be interesting to check out. Maybe. Let friends help you evaluate. Yeah, we already kind of discussed that one a little bit. Invite God into your dating. I'm not sure I want to listen to that.
Like something's just off, and like
when something feels off.
Maybe he
Follow
says
your
all the right
feelings,
things,
guys.
but like the fruit isn't there, listen to that.
Okay,
Don't
but what's the
listen to-
fruit? Listen. Okay, so but just listen to your feelings. Just listen to what your gut is telling you. Okay, but we haven't really heard about what the fruit is. I have yet to hear any of these ladies tell us what the actual fruit is. They reference it, they talk about it, but I haven't heard what it is yet.
You're dating
Outside of feelings. Is that what she means? Does she mean that one of the fruits of the Holy Spirit is that she will feel the right things about the situation? Instructions unclear. Am wearing fruit. That's
like
so
it's your
good.
dating life. No one else is gonna have to date that person but you. So you
Real.
get to make, no one's gonna eat that food but you.
Yeah.
So if you don't wanna eat the fried chicken, don't eat it.
Yeah, it's gonna be your upset stomach.
Right, like exactly. Like I love that analogy actually, because like after you're done eating like a really bad meal, you're like, why did I just do that to myself? And I feel like sometimes with dates, it's like, why did I just talk to that guy for a couple weeks? Like,
Yeah.
that was a total waste.
He's a total waste of my time because he was kind of gross because he wasn't attractive enough. Look, the overwhelming majority of what makes a woman feel things about a man has to do with attractiveness. They're framing it as spirituality. They're framing it as though it is a deep-seated, Holy Spirit-driven, godly protective instinct. Right? This is the Holy Spirit speaking to you all the time. Whatever your feelings are about the man, that is God directing and guiding and speaking to you. So you got to listen to those feelings. That's how they're framing it. So if you don't feel it, if you feel the ick from the guy, you got to listen to that ick and you got to get away from this guy. The overwhelming majority of those feelings are just attraction. Height, 90%, yeah. His status is attractiveness, yeah. How often do these gals go on dates with guys that they're super attracted to and they feel those weird red flags? Those weird, I don't know about this guy kind of things. I haven't seen that play out very often. Usually if they're really attracted to a guy, they feel really, really good about him. Regardless of what, the actual Christian guys at the church are looking at this guy going, why is she with him? I'm all of the things that she said she wanted, and now she's going out with this absolute fart stain of a human? What the heck is that? But she feels great about that guy, right? Because he's attractive.
Waste of time. Like totally versus just listening to the nudge, listening to the Lord and be like, okay, God, it does.
Attractiveness is bleach on red flags. That's such a good point. That is so true. That's exactly what it is. The attractiveness totally changes the way that she sees the guy's qualities. Jeremiah 17:9, the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately sick. Who can understand it? Exactly. Why are you ladies telling other women to follow their heart? Why are you telling these ladies to follow the thing that will lie to them more than anything else? Mr. Fartstain is not trying to save her or to serve her. Yeah. That's a good point. Mr. Fartstain is very, very confident. Fartstain, bro, has options. He looks good. Does he actually follow God? No, not really. But he feels great to be around. Yeah, it's a good point.
It makes sense because on paper this looks right, but I'm going to listen.
I saw something the other day and it says, in order to have peace that surpasses understanding, you have to give up your need for understanding. I was like, shoot, isn't that real? Like, okay, I want the peace that.
What? In order to have peace that surpasses understanding, you need to give up the need for understanding. So let's just devolve down to the lowest common denominator of our emotions. So we don't need to understand things. We don't need logic. We don't need reason. We don't need to look at what's on paper with a person. No, we need to respect what feels right. Yeah, this is terrible advice. This has been a damaging experience.
comes with this, but I have to first say, like, it is yours. It is your understanding in the piece you give. You know something? I love that you do.
This is some like, don't love your job your love level girl podcasting.
When we're talking about settling, is it could be easy for someone watching to be like, okay, yeah, great soundbite, love that. We're not settling, but I've seen you walk this out, and I've seen you invite friends into.
It's like being on a train and missing all the stops because they feel like it's not their stop. Yeah, I know Google Maps said that this was my stop and that I need to get off here, but you know, I feel something. You know, in that stop that's right under Belltown. You know? Yeah, it's a great area. Just feels right. I'm gonna stop there. Let's keep going.
The evaluation that I think is really helpful, because I think some women have settled, and it's because they were confused going into it. Like, they thought they were getting the salad and it ended up being the hot dog. But what you've done, at least in our friendship, is there's been times where you've come to me and you're like, okay, will you help me evaluate this?
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about?
girl. Oh, girl, we have some moments. And there would be times where I would push back and I'd be like, you're being too critical. And then you were right.
Well,
Your friend's usually right, honestly.
well, they just get to see a different scope, because like there is the oxytocin, the bonding, the dopamine, which is such a sweet part of dating. But I mean, there has to be evaluation that comes around you. And even it's fruit. Like you're saying, your friends will just help push some of that fruit to be exposed. I'm like, I'm going to bite into the apple with.
Red Delta over on Discord. With that in mind, why do we keep peddling the following your heart trope for anything? In reference to the Jeremiah 17:9, right? Your heart is deceitful above all things. Yeah. Why? Well, because these women, like we said earlier, have no oversight. There are no men in the room. There is no guy telling her, hey, dear. Saying it. You need to back off with the feeling stuff. The stuff that you're saying isn't right. There are no men in these women's lives telling them that they're wrong. That's why. And feelings are satisfying. They're gratifying. When you don't have anybody telling you no, you will gravitate towards whatever rewards you. And from all people, but for women especially, feelings are often the most gratifying thing. So they're going to prioritize feelings and going towards feelings, listening to feelings, validating feelings, gratifying feelings, because that is the most satisfying thing for a woman. If men don't step in and tell them no, you need to look at reality more than your feelings. You need to submit to reality, or else it will make you submit, right? So these ladies are encouraging each other to hit the wall. Yeah, if you don't have men doing that, they drift into their feelings. They start prioritizing it more than anything else. They start prioritizing their heart, the most deceitful and wicked thing that us humans have. Disney Princess Gospel. Yeah, exactly. Covert competition. Interesting. That might be some of what's going on here. It could be that these ladies are... I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. If this is what's going on, it's not conscious. I don't think they're... I can't imagine that they're actively trying to do this, but it's entirely possible there's a subconscious pull that they have to give other women bad advice so that they have less competition. I think that's what you're referencing there. Yeah. It's entirely possible.
You. We're going to see what's underneath that skin and how it really is.
Which razor is the don't attribute to malice that which can sufficiently be explained by stupidity? Hanlon's? It might be. Yeah. It's a good one. It's one of my favorites. That's why, yeah, I try to be generous to people. I try to give them the benefit of the doubt as much as I can. Yeah, we need to add the phrase, I'm not settling, to the list of red flag phrases. For men, yeah. Yeah, if she's not settling now, she's not going to settle while she's with you either. That goalpost ain't going to stop moving, bud. Sorry.
Wait, I won't give any details other than
That was so funny. Wait, I like am remembering this.
someone was showing some interest
So
in you,
funny.
but there was some like warning signs of how they were initiating.
There were so many warning signs.
A lot of like the good fruit on the outside, but I just kept thinking, I wonder why that's there. What that's there. Turns out this person was love bombing other women, but posing it under the guise of like Christian
What do they mean,
friendship.
love bombing?
And I hate, hey guys, don't do that. Like for my friends, I am so protective of like, one, your heart is not one to be skewed. It's not one to be stirred away. And sometimes you do have to have that critical view, which is sad. Like that is sad. Like you're talking about Christian boys versus men. And so I think even when it comes to spiritual context, like we still have to be aware of evaluation.
What is love bombing? What do we mean? What are we talking about? What does that actually look like? See, this is why you can't just go off of vibes for everything. We need concretes. What is Christian love bombing? Because I guarantee you, this is why you don't have guys coming up to you and asking you out and telling you, hey, I think you're pretty, let's go on a date. It's because you told them that was love bombing. Or you weren't specific enough when you started talking about love bombing, and now guys are scared that they're gonna get accused on some big old podcast about love bombing. Be specific if you're gonna bring it up at all. Make sure you, like, hey, because maybe that's a thing. There's a percentage of guys out there who are going to use that type of tactic. Maybe that's valid. But if you're not careful in the way you address it, you end up dropping a nuke on a city to take out just a coffee shop. And you take out the whole city, and that's exactly what's happened. Ever since Me Too. We've been using very generalized weaponry to take out very small targets. And it's just absolutely obliterated everything for the guys. They don't know what to do. Love bombing is what brings us here together today. Absolutely legendary pull. I love that.
But I want to get back to the premise of the book. I think evaluation comes with wisdom and insight. And
Yeah, love bombing is a specific tactic used by an abuser to keep their victims from leaving. Exactly. So this goes back to that Kate Willett video we watched a few weeks ago. Concept creep. Terms like that used to have a clearly defined clinical meaning. And eventually those words started getting used in the wrong context to describe the wrong things in order to apply a negative moral flavor to anything that a woman did not like. So that way a man could not argue back, right? A woman, because she's not saying to the man, hey, I would prefer it if you don't do this behavior. Giving the opportunity to the man to consider it. No, she's saying you're love bombing and that's bad. That does not give him the opportunity to consider whether that behavior is right or wrong. She is already claiming the moral high ground by using morally charged language. And so what you've seen is this concept creep where women now, they expand their usage of these words into places where it doesn't belong so that they win by default. This is a covert controlling tactic. We're watching before our very eyes.
you would say this too, spending time with the Lord. You're big on sharing,
Yeah, the mental load, emotional labor, things like that, yeah.
your daily routines and like getting that time with Jesus. What does that look like for you in this season to keep you grounded?
You're so sweet to bring it back to the book because I'm like, oh, we should just keep talking about that guy. I'm like, that was
I'm
so
open
fun.
for it if you want.
That was actually
Let's help them
so funny.
Yeah, flirting is deemed immoral if the man is undesirable, then labeled a creepy abuser. Exactly. That's why, yeah, when they're saying like, oh, this is love bombing or this, like they're using phrases like that, women are not going to apply this to men that they find attractive. this will get applied to men that they don't find attractive. Any man that they don't find attractive is going to end up being guilty of love bombing. That's how it's going to go. Because that's what it feels like to her. Hey, this guy was really sweet and nice to me. Well, sorry, I don't find you attractive enough. You're love bombing.
But we'll get there. No, I think like stay tuned, keep watching till the end. No, like honestly, I just think as you are really, the book is about not just like faithfulness, but also growing into the woman God created you to be. It is for the girls. There are.
Speaking of fart stain guy, are you aware of the #1 Walmart fart prankster? Jack Vale is a married Christian. He often shares his faith after he. That's funny. I did not know that. That's really funny. We need more fart pranksters. Mobilize the Walmart humans. Listen, I frequent a Walmart every once in a while. It's not. They got deals. Come on. There's no shame in that.
Purple flowers on the book.
Yes.
You could read it if you're a guy. Totally
Royalty.
fine.
Purple's royalty. Yeah.
Listen, it is royalty. And that's also part of what I want to talk about today is like, if you believe you are a princess, you are not going to go out with the frogs unless it is the Princess and the Frog story.
Good
which
story.
I've never seen that movie. I know
Wait,
I know
wait.
the fairy tale exists, but like, girl, you're a princess. Like, what are you doing?
Okay, she didn't go. There were a couple of dialogue options she could have chosen, and she chose the bad ending. Again, higher and higher and higher standards. So whenever people say, no, Christian women's standards are totally reasonable, this is what we point to. This is the stuff that they're listening to and that they're hearing. You're a princess. Don't go out with frogs. And it's all based on your feelings. Yeah, sure. This is going to end well for us. Tell the guys. Yeah. Let's just keep telling the guys to try harder to meet that standard. Whatever it is that she feels a frog is, yeah, you gotta rise above that. Because she's a princess. She is the table. She is everything. She's valuable and lovely and a worthwhile person to marry just because she exists as a woman. But the men, they're frogs. They gotta work real hard to become much, much better than just a poor old frog. How are the guys supposed to keep up with that? That level of pride, selfishness. How is that woman ever going to value the man that she's with if he ever plateaus or falls below her threshold of what she thinks a frog is? Right? What you've also just told this woman is to reevaluate that relationship later on if she starts to feel like, my guy isn't the prince anymore. He's not being the prince I want. He's acting like a frog. Because it feels like it to me, and nobody's reining in my feelings. Nobody's bringing me back to reality. Yeah, you just told this woman to reevaluate her relationship later on as well. Because you didn't say that, but you just gave her the impetus to do that and the justification to do it. You are a princess. Well, that's not going to change once I get married. So if the man changes and he's not the prince anymore, well, I'm a princess. I'm not going to be with a frog. Yeah, they may not, and that might not lead to a divorce, but it will lead to a choppy marriage because the woman is deeply discontent with the man that she's with. Right? Shouldn't we be teaching these women that no, you are not the princess? You start off as a frog, and you need to develop yourself into someone who offers something valuable to a man. Right? You're valuable to God because you're an image bearer of God. But that does not automatically mean you are a worthwhile wife. That doesn't automatically mean that you're going to add value to that man's life as his helper. That's something that you have to build up, that willingness to be submissive. You have to build up a willingness to be helpful. You have to build up a character of wanting to love him and support his mission. Yeah. You need to teach women that they are not the prize. Otherwise, they're going to have majorly unreachable expectations, and those expectations will not go away once they're in the marriage. And heaven forbid if these ladies end up with a guy that they feel is like, hey, he's kind of half frog, half prince. I mean, it's fine, but I wish I did better. Oof. Lord help that man in that marriage. Yeah. This is absolutely terrible advice for women. This is absolutely the worst way to frame it.
Eating hot dogs. Like,
This episode is not sponsored by, what's the
in fact,
Oscar
I
Mayer?
actually love hot dogs. Okay, I really do.
Yeah,
But
4th of July is coming up. They're good for a time.
But like, if you know that you are bought by the blood, you are a daughter of the king, you are literally royalty. Like, you walk different.
Right. So why does this not apply to the men? So this is one of the things that Christian girls do to elevate their status in their own minds. Is they have they have all of the same worldly forms of pride about being a woman. You're a princess. You just are valuable to the world. You are worthwhile to men. You are everything that a man could ever want, just by the way that you exist. They bring all of that secular perception of themselves and inflated ego into the relationship and into their dating process. Then they add this. They add this second, like Christian girls add this second spiritual layer where they see themselves as, no, I'm not just a princess. I am a daughter of the king. I am a daughter of the God of the universe, and that means I deserve more. Make no mistake, that is what she's saying. Hey, don't settle for a guy that's less than, like, we're putting together the stuff she's said so far. We're connecting this to what she said earlier. Go by your feelings. Go by, like, don't ignore those feelings. If you're feeling the ick with the guy, you gotta listen to it. And then we're connecting that to what she's saying now, which is you are a princess and you are the daughter of the king, and that means you deserve the most from men that they could possibly ever give. Just by your very nature of existing the way that you do, that is what you deserve. How on earth are guys ever supposed to stand up to these standards? How? Yeah, I don't think they know what being a princess means historically. Yeah. You're literally royalty, and yet I've seen Christians shame men for preferring to marry a virgin because Hosea didn't. And who are you to demand so much? Yeah, Hosea. That's an outlier. It was supposed to be an outlier. That was never supposed to be the norm. Yeah, there's one of the most misused stories in the whole Bible. Yeah, but yes, exactly. Why, ladies, why doesn't this also apply to the men? Why don't the men get to say to themselves, I am a son of the king, and I deserve a woman who's not a harlot, or I deserve a woman who's not a frog, or shaped like a frog. Where's that for the guys? Where's this energy for the dudes? Are you comfortable with the guys having this level of standards for you? And justifying their standards the way you do? By saying, my position in Christ makes me deserve a man of this level. Are you comfortable with the guys saying, my status as a son of God makes me deserve a top tier woman just because I'm here? Are you comfortable with the guys saying that? No. If these women are princesses, Which kingdoms are their fathers marrying them off to secure alliance agreements? Exactly, yeah. And yeah, they don't know what princess was historically. They're thinking Disney princess. So was Dave Ramsey for what it's worth when he was talking about that. But yeah, this is not something that you would in no way, shape, or form accept it if the men started saying anything like this. They even just say, they try to be polite about having just minor standards with women. Like, hey, can you please not be overweight? Like, that's not a tough thing to ask. That's not this over the top of, like, we're not asking that you become this. Look at what you're asking the men to do. You're asking them to become a maximally attractive protector, provider, maximally masculine man who does all of the things that you want, provides the lifestyle that you want. That takes a ton of work. It's not hard to lay off the tacos and ice cream and work out every once in a while. That is not complicated. Are guys really evil for asking for that? When you're asking for much, much, much more. Yeah. The double standard is absolutely piercing. And what's really frustrating is you'll see a lot of Christians, the white knights, they will swoop into these women's defense and say, no, this is absolutely right. Men must sacrifice their preferences and sacrifice their wants, sacrifice their feelings, right? Because men can't go off of what just feels right to them. No, they gotta step up and marry the hoe. They gotta step up and rescue these women from their loneliness, regardless of, their whatever they did in their past, regardless of however much feminism they've swallowed and refused to remove from their lives. Regardless of how selfish or prideful they are, you've got to just do it. Yeah. I don't know, man. A taco is just, yeah. Hey, tacos are good. Maybe tacos wasn't a good example. Dang it, ice cream is really good too. Look, I'm just saying, don't be fat. It's not hard. Ladies, you already assess yourselves to be these ultimate Christians who are so far ahead of the guys in terms of your spirituality. So, in theory, you should have plenty of that to offer to the guys already. So the guys, yeah, they shouldn't need to ask for that stuff because you're there already, right? So, yeah, if you're asking for more than just that, if you're asking for these guys to be extremely attractive and to be successful for you so that you can have the life that you want on top of their spirituality, is it really too much for the guys to ask for a couple of things? That you be respectful, which, by the way, it actually is something that you're commanded to be in scripture. But let's say just that you be supportive, that you be sweet, that you be agreeable, to be warm, that you be encouraging to him consistently, that you try to look good. Is this really stuff that's too much to ask after all that we have to do? And yeah, it's just, this is ridiculous. They would never in a million years accept it if we said, hey, we're sons of the Most High God. We are sons of the King. So we deserve the best of women just because we're saved. They would never accept that.
Don't settle for the bad fruit. You will wait because
what
you know
is
you're
the
worth
bad
it.
fruit?
I think so many girls, they don't think that they're worth it. And they have people speaking into their life being like, well,
the fruit
you're
of bad
35,
vibes.
so just date him. He'll go to church with you. Just date him. It's like, no, they need people like you speaking
Being a
into them,
helpmate is
like,
too much to ask. Yeah, apparently.
Don't you know who you are? Like, do not settle. Like, you deserve a king. You deserve a prince. Your father would not approve.
You deserve a king. Right, you deserve, translation to every girl that's actually hearing this, you deserve a top tier man. You deserve the absolute cream of the crop, best of the best. And your father would disapprove of you if you settled for anything less. I challenge you, any of my Christian peers who think that I'm, being harsh on women, they think that men can just and should just step up and meet whatever standards women set. I challenge you. How? When the standards are this vague and they are this maximal, right? That is based on nothing but her feelings. It is vaguely defined. It is maximum, right? You as a man have to be whatever she feels she wants, whatever her feelings and vibes tell her is right and good. And you have to be the most of it out of any man that she meets. So you have to be one of those top % guys. How are guys supposed to defeat this? They're taking women's natural inclinations and drives to seek the best and highest quality men, and instead of placing guardrails around them to bring them back down to reality and reason, they're adding spiritual backing and authority to those women's feelings and their drives. How on earth do you propose that men overcome that with their effort alone? How? That's my challenge to you. Tell me how they can do this. Because it's discouraging to me how many stories I see from men who are trying, and you can tell they're trying. You look at their lives and they are trying to do the best that they can, and women are turning their nose up at them left and right. Yeah, again, like I said, we're not advocating for the guys that aren't trying. We're advocating for the guys that are, and women still say that they're not good enough. Yeah, something women who throw themselves at serial killers. Well, yeah, because they're hot. Dark triad traits. Dripping from those guys. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, our Heavenly Father has some words for these girls if only they would listen. Well, that's just it, is they are listening to the vibes. And it's going great for our society so far, isn't it? But I'm sorry, guys, that's your fault. Because your standards are the ones that are too high. And it's you who have been too lazy to just rise up and meet these women's desires. It is your fault that you haven't figured out what gives them the right vibes and maximize yourself to all become a top tier man. Right? You all need to squeeze into that top 5%. All of you at the same time need to squeeze into that. And it's your fault that you haven't done that yet. Why haven't you guys gotten to work on that? Yeah. Yes, we can totally fix this through just the men's effort alone. That is it.
Okay. He's not going to approve. And you need a man who's going to lead you. You are not going to lead your man. I don't care what anyone's telling any of these girls. You're going to have a man lead you. So point blank.
Okay, I'm curious to see what they think this means.
Get one who can lead spiritually, not just like...
Lead me spiritually, though. I mean, not like, yeah, sure, like maybe he kind of makes decisions every once in a while, but spiritually, right? There's this massive emphasis on spiritual leadership. And it's super vague. Let's see if she defines it at all. What does this leadership look like?
It has like leadership qualities. Like he needs to lead you spiritually. And unfortunately, and this is why you have so many listeners, it's rare.
Yeah, we could hold women accountable, but that would make them unhappy. And then we'd never hear the end of it. So sorry, guys. You're just going to have to shoulder the blame again. Well, that's just it. That's the most frustrating part of this whole thing. They're not happy. They are not happy with what they have produced. We put them up front and center on the podcast and said, hey, ladies, you get to run the show. You get to steer this ship. You get to tell each other how you should date and what the best way to go about things is. And we're not going to have any oversight. We're not going to be looking over your shoulder at all. Just go for it. And they are not happy with what they have. Woof. Did you hear Mark Driscoll's said in a recent sermon, men in church need to consider single mothers for marriage? I didn't hear that, but I'm not shocked at all. Undoubtedly, he's getting a lot of pressure to say stuff like that. And look, I get why it's so easy to go to that. You as a man feel like a hero when you say things like that. Yeah, you feel like you're rescuing a poor woman who is just helpless, out on her own. Yeah, it depends why she's single. Exactly. You should not be pushing guys to just marry single Christian, single mommies just because they're single mommies. If women do not experience the consequences of their bad behavior, they will not stop. Driscoll wants to prevent another Mars Hill situation, and listening to women's outrage is the most efficient way to do that. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. He's been kind of an equal opportunity offender lately. He's gone after everybody. I saw a clip of him going after boomers. I did see a clip of him going after ladies. I think it was for their standards and that type of thing. So he goes after everybody, but he very definitely toes a female first line most of the time. Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, Sepp over in the live stream or in the Discord chat saying just catching up in the live stream. Matt's a better man than I. Well, so I don't know about better. That's probably not the right word to use, but more generous. We'll say it that way. That's what a lot of people, I think, in the Christian sphere don't realize about me is they think I am. Well, going back to the, a lot of the more recent pushback that I've got, we'll say that, from like the Apologia guys, that whole area of Christian YouTube. They believe very strongly that I am stirring up discontent among you guys. They believe that I am causing you guys to be upset by saying negative things about women and by saying negative things about our pastors and leadership sometimes, by calling them out and saying, hey guys, these ladies are behaving in these ways that are not good, and you guys you're turning a blind eye to it, and you're oftentimes condoning it, protecting it, and sometimes even encouraging it. That's not good. So what they believe is that none of this bad stuff is actually happening, and if it is, it can't be anywhere near as big a deal or as bad as I say it is. And so in their minds, there is no reality problem. There is a propaganda problem. They see me as a false propagandist. They see me as someone who is spewing false narratives, and they believe that I'm convincing you guys that women are doing sinful things. I'm convincing you guys that women are acting according to their flesh. I am convincing you guys that their pastors aren't doing anything about it. The reality is, no. The guys behind me were convinced a long time ago. And it was not anyone's YouTube channel that convinced them. It was the experiences they went through. That is what convinced these men. Yeah, it's not like we haven't noticed this for years. Exactly. this caught my attention because I already knew, and you just elaborated what was happening. Exactly. That's what they misunderstand. They think that there is no reality problem, that you guys are not actually experiencing anything real or legitimate. They think I am telling you guys a story that explains away your bad experiences. Right? For example, a lot of guys are single and they're lonely. They're depressed because of it. They're not feeling great. So what they believe is that I am telling this story to you guys about how women are prideful, and that some of that singleness among men is due to women's pride, not just the men failing to step up. So they believe that no, women's standards, there's no problems there. Any man can get a good Christian wife if he just puts in the effort. All of your outcomes as a man are determined by your effort alone. So if this guy is coming in and saying that, well, no, actually men can't outwork women's pride. Well, since that's not a real thing, then obviously, right, this Matt character is telling these guys a false story about how women behave that resonates with their frustration. They believe that I am using your feelings of frustration for clicks and views and ad revenue. They believe that I am farming your discontent and attributing your bad outcomes to the stuff that women are doing, instead of attributing it where they think it should be, to you and your choices. So they think I am the problem, and they think if they silence me, the problem will go away. I was convinced by women that there was a problem with women decades ago. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. I did not convince any of you. At least I've never heard anybody in this chat say, hey, you really changed my mind about women. What I do hear is, hey, you articulated what I've been seeing. You spoke up about what I've been through. Hey, I am trying. I'm trying my best. And again, like I said, the thing that, look, these guys are never going to convince me, because I've seen this stuff firsthand through the guys that I've interviewed, through the guys that I've coached. They have this idea in their brains that no, it's just the guys aren't trying hard enough. No, I coach these guys. And a lot of them, yeah, you would have no reason to believe that this guy is not enough. But they come to me because they're looking for, like, hey, I'm doing all the things that should work and it's not working. What else do I need to do? If women's standards were attainable and reachable, normal guys should be able to attract a normal woman. They did 30 years ago. They did 40 years ago, 50 years ago. The normal average man was able to attract a normal woman. Right? If you're a dude who's like a 6, 7 out of 10. I hate myself for doing that. Yeah, you'd at least have some interest. That's not a thing anymore. That tells me that pride is running away. It's inflating these ladies' expectations. Overstimulation from social media, inflating these ladies' expectations. And that pride is in a feedback loop because we don't hold them accountable, because we keep putting it back on the men. But they think none of that is real. They think it's you. And it's frustrating to watch. 80s nostalgia guy. Next time a woman tells you that men have it easier, ask her if she would be willing to live life as a man. Well, a lot of them would probably say that, oh yeah, no, I would totally love to live as a man because men have it so much easier. Right? And the world just works for men. They think that until they actually do it. And then right? Some of the funniest stories, and I'm trying to put together a compilation of this, but some of the funniest stories out there are women who go on dating apps pretending to be men, and they say, oh my goodness, women are horrible. Right? The ladies go on, they pretend to be a guy, like maybe they were managing a guy friend's dating account for them. And they're like, I had no idea women were like this on dating apps. So yeah, you gotta kind of sneak it past them. You gotta kind of trick them into actually living life as a man, because they think they want to, but you gotta actually show it to them. R.I.P. Nora Vincent. Exactly. Yeah, the woman that she lived life. She dressed up and looked and lived life like a man, and it was so harsh for her that she ended up unaliving herself. Splatman, I've not experienced these things personally. I was just surprised to see a Christian talk about the same issues as creators like Shuon and Dadvocate. Yeah. Yeah. Well, not every guy has experienced every single aspect of this. Like, not all of you guys have gone through like a divorce. Like, I've interviewed some men who've gone through, some really, really bad situations. Not all of you have been through all of that. And not all of you have dealt with the, not all of you are married to a reviling wife. Most of you aren't married. So yeah, not all of you have experienced every single one of the things that I talked about. And I wouldn't expect you guys to. But yeah, the general point that I'm making is the vast majority of guys who watch this were not convinced by me. They were convinced by what they went through. Anyways, I don't know how much more I can stomach.
To find that. It's
very
long.
Rare. We're not going to watch the whole thing.
I think probably the men of God will agree that it's rare to find like a true woman of God. But it is rare to find a man who's going to lead spiritually. It is like probably a very low percentage of actual like.
Yeah, 0 words. Okay, and then we're on to the next topic. So 0 words about what leading spiritually actually looks like. But we always have to put that qualifier: spiritual leading, not like actual authoritative steering the ship of the household. No, it's spiritual leadership. Usually for these girls, what that translates to in their mind is he's leading a family Bible study every once in a while. The frog story? I don't want to hear the frog story. Man of God will ask, what?
Multiple red flags. The first red flag is he barely asked me any questions. A man of God is going to ask you questions. If I go back to that other guy, the whole date he was just asking intentional questions, and I'm like, this is amazing. Like, just all, and it was all about the Lord. It was always bringing it back to the Lord. Okay, this guy didn't ask anything. 2, he's showing me photos.
Oh, I meant like I've not even dated nor have interest. I'm more an observer of this field than a player. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, the point is, you guys have been right. What I mean is, like, you guys have been convinced by your own experiences and your observations. It wasn't me that convinced you guys to see things this way. I think we're on the same page, by the way.
Somehow of his birthday last year. He's like talking about his friends. He's like, because he was with his friends, and he's like,
yeah,
oh,
what
those
is
are my friends. Like, do you want to see what we did for my birthday last year? And he's showing me like these photos of him being drunk. Right. He's like, I'm like, what's it? He shows me like these little, they were at this like place where you get these like really big things of beer. Okay. And it was so unattractive. And I'm like, he's showing me this and he's showing me his friends like picking him up. And I'm like, slowly but surely,
checking out.
Like this cute guy who says he's a Christian, first 5 seconds, like I'm starting to see what's really underneath. And then I don't have my car, so my mom was picking me up from this place, and
I need more context for that.
He ended up texting me after we were like, okay, nice to meet you.
But like, yeah, that probably isn't a wise move. Leading with, hey, check out my drinking.
Hey, do you want to just stay over at my place? Right. And my friend's like, what on earth? And then I was just like, why did I even give him my number? Then I'm like kicking myself, And sometimes we just say yes because we listen to these like lies of just like, oh, well, he's a Christian, so check the box, you're good. But you have to look at the fruit. You have to pay attention to that, and you have to wait. So the contrary to the other guy, like he would have never asked me to. One, he wasn't getting drunk. 2, his friends weren't getting drunk. Look at their friends. That also shows you who they are. And 3, he wasn't going to ask me to stay over at his place the first time. I'm like, laughing.
No date, nothing, just straight.
And so,
yeah, this would hit a little bit better, ladies, if we didn't know that the vast majority of you are still sleeping with guys that you find attractive enough anyway. Like if you actually were keeping your body to yourself, and if a woman is doing that, hey, then great. That is fine advice. Yes, that is good. Keep an eye out for that. If the guy's trying to pull you into a sexual situation, it's not good. But ladies, we know that there are large numbers of you who will say yes. You don't, it's not just that you don't care if that's a red flag or not. You just go do it because it feels right and you want to. Yeah, if the other guy was so respectful and great, why isn't she with him? That is an excellent point. Yeah, all of that respectfulness and niceness didn't get them to end up together. That does not appear to be a wedding ring on her finger. Is she single? I'm getting the sense that she's single. Yeah. We are way out of our depth right now. We are listening to two Christian women talking about dating, and one of them is single, apparently. Great place to be getting good relationship advice. Have you seen Michelle Obama podcasts? Even his daughters make fun of him, and he was the president. Yeah. That does not shock me at all. Yeah. Well, I mean, come on. This guy was the feminist in chief for 8 years. That is not shocking. Not encouraging, but it's not shocking either. Reject the friend zone, guys. No more. Yeah. Nobody can put you into the friend zone against your will. You have to actively participate. Michelle Obama clearly doesn't like Barack that much. I thought that same thing. Yeah. Clearly not super happy to be there. Well, let's see. Do they say anything else that might be interesting? Practice makes perfect. Why texting isn't enough? The sowing season for man, let God develop you now. Okay, maybe they talk about self-development. Flirting is not equal. What? Flirting is not equal pursuing. Let him pursue you. Okay, maybe, except that that's not really what's going to happen. If you're attracted to a guy, you're not going to let that opportunity pass. I've watched so many shy, introverted Christian girls turn into the most extroverted women in the world once they're around a guy that they're attracted to. When I was in Bible college, there was this guy. Joe was his name. And I just remember he's this guy who was at a different campus of this particular Bible college in his previous years. But somehow all the girls at my campus, the one I was at, knew of this guy. And they were so obsessed with him. They were so excited about him. And when they found out that he was transferring up to our campus, they lost their minds. Joe is coming. Oh, and they're talking about him. They're all coming up to him and trying to talk to him once he's there. They're all trying to be his friend. Introvert, extrovert, it did not matter. This guy was incredibly confident, incredibly charismatic. Charisma stat maxed out. Decent looking guy, very well presented. He had all of the surface level attractiveness traits that you could look for. And these girls were obsessed with him, and they did everything they could to be around him. It was. And look, this whole idea that no, the guy needs to pursue the woman. What that word pursue means is chase. If you're the one chasing, you are by definition reacting, right? She makes the action and you chase after her to follow her, right? You are now the one who's in the reactive spot. You are not leading. You cannot lead and pursue at the same time. You cannot lead and chase at the same time. You can't lead something or someone that you are chasing. They are logically incompatible. How did all those women react when they found out that Joe had a girlfriend? They were devastated. And I think some of them may have been a little offended because the girl that he ended up dating, I think he ended up marrying her, was not actually even the most like attractive of the bunch. I think he may have focused a little bit more on marrying wisely. I've noticed that there's been a few guys I've run into who are super attractive, and the ladies really, really, really absolutely adored this guy. There was a worship leader guy at one church. And super, super attractive, broad shoulders, cowboy boots and cowboy hat, kind of like good old boy kind of vibes, super charismatic and confident. All the girls would they'd try to talk to him and say hi to him and all of that stuff. And he ended up marrying a girl who was very, very, very much a sweetheart. But clear, like in terms of physical attractiveness, he could have done much more. I think guys like that, sometimes they pick out of wisdom instead of attractiveness. And those guys, as far as I know, they're still doing really, really well in their marriages, in their lives. They pick women that want to serve. They pick women that are kind and warm and sweet. They pick women who are deeply feminine, who don't have their own mission and their own thing going on. And they pick women who are respectful and encouraging, and they pick that stuff over looks. They pick that stuff over girl bossing and the girl's mission and all of that. And those guys that do that end up having really, really happy lives, happy marriages, because their wife treats them well, and because that's what they prioritized when they were looking. So good on them. But yeah, the ladies were devastated. Let's see. Let him pursue. I think we get the idea with that one. Men of God and female friendships. Trust in God with your love life. Let God lead first. I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. Okay, that's enough of that one. This is a bit more. This is I think this is that same woman, Ashley Hetherington. This is a reel from her account. Okay, so this is ladies, a godly man should. Okay, so when they're talking about like criteria and standards and red flags and all of that, this is the stuff that they're measuring it up against. Yeah, basically men want women who love them. Women want men who they admire. When a woman does stuff women admire, when a woman does stuff that women admire, women think men are intimidated rather than indifferent, which, yeah, we are indifferent towards admirable achievements. We care about whether or not you love us. Yeah. Sorry, ladies, keep up with the cope. If you're choosing to be a girl boss who has all of these achievements, no, men are not ignoring you because they're intimidated by that. They're ignoring you because you don't love them, and they know it. You love your achievements. You love you, and they know it. They're saying no to you because of that. They are not intimidated at all. Anyways, yeah, she forgot to add carrots, milk, eggs, and aloe for the incoming burns. Yeah. Okay, so ladies, a godly man. Let's go through this. A godly man should be like Jesus. Okay, so already, yeah, great, but that's a standard issue thing that any man that's trying to follow Jesus should be trying to do anyway. This is not helpful for you as a guy. It's not telling you anything that would set you apart. Also, that is an incredibly high standard. Got to be a little bit careful with. how much like Jesus do you expect him to be? Do you expect him to be perfect? Some of these ladies seem to. Aaron Clary's book was informative on that front. A lot of women are comparing men to Jesus, even in the bedroom. It's getting ridiculous out there. And of course, men can't measure up. And because what women will do is they'll say, no, Jesus is the standard. And anytime the man falls short of that standard, then they use that as an excuse to withhold their obligations. No, I'm not going to have sex with my husband because he's not measuring up to Jesus right now. No, I'm not going to submit to him or respect him because he's not measuring up to Jesus right now. And since every man falls short of Jesus all the time because they're not perfect, they can pull that out of their back pocket anytime they want. So yeah, I'm not super thrilled about that. But anyways, this list. Next up, intentionally pursue you. Well, again, pursuing is chasing. Chasing is following. Read this that way. A man will intentionally follow after you. He will react to you. He will, go where you want to go and do what you want to do. He will chase you. Probably the better way to say it is he will try to seek your affection. He will do things to try to win you. Okay, but except that women don't actually find it attractive when men do that. They interpret it as the man trying to purchase her affection with his behavior. And if she doesn't find him attractive, no amount of intentional pursuit will overcome that. So this is, that's just not really that's not a part of the equation. Intentional pursuit means nothing if the guy isn't attractive. If he tries to intentionally pursue and he's not attractive to her, it gets labeled as an ick and a red flag. She sends the guy away. So that's not helpful. Be patient and kind with you. Okay, fine. Yeah. Be willing to say sorry first. Okay. That assumes that he's always wrong. That assumes that you get to decide whether or not the argument is won and settled. That you get to be the arbiter of the disputes and you get to decide when he has done something that's actually wrong or not. And so he must come to you first and admit that he was wrong first. The moment you decide that he was wrong. Right, that kind of undermines his authority and his leadership, doesn't it? Why, by the way? Why would it be wrong for a woman to say, I'm sorry, first? Why would it be wrong for a woman to apologize first? Again, so this assumes mutual guilt. And by the way, we need to talk about this for a second. Yeah, she sounds like she's the man. Exactly. So there's a widespread assumption this is culture-wide, but it's the equality fallacy. It's the idea that all conflicts are 50-50. If men and women are in a disagreement or a conflict or dispute, it is assumed that both parties are always equally right and equally wrong at the same time. Therefore, both parties should always apologize. And you're seeing that assumption built into this situation. There's no space for the idea that, no, sorry, woman, you were just flat wrong. What you did was not okay. And there was no part of his behavior that was wrong. Sometimes that's going to happen, where there's nothing for him to apologize for. So no, you should not be waiting around for him to apologize first before you apologize. Because that's a false premise. This idea, it's that equality fallacy, that's a false premise. The idea that it's always equal perpetration. That is just not a thing. for be like Jesus, I'm guessing she has a proprietary definition of what being like Jesus is. Based on what we saw earlier, it's almost certainly vibes-based as well. Yeah. No, all conflicts are at least 50-50. It is still possible that he is 100% wrong. Well, yes, that's part of it. It is either 50. That's actually a better way to say it. It is either 50-50 or 100% the man. That's what you see actually playing out. So this is a particular behavior pattern that we see from women, which is a bias towards equality narratives. Women seek to enforce equality in all things, in all disputes, in all structures, because that allows them a safety net. If they ever fall behind in any area, they can appeal to equality to bring themselves back up without having to actually do anything. The equality enforcement behavior, that's one that, again, this is behavioral research. I've mentioned this before, but Joyce Benenson talks about this. She documented that behavior. It starts very early in women's behavior, and it doesn't stop. They enforce equality, and it's a self-protection mechanism, right? Because if they ever fall behind in any area, because women are more vulnerable, they're not as capable of protecting themselves, generating resources for themselves. It's a problem for them if they fall behind, because they can't necessarily pick themselves up and generate resources for themselves like a man could. So equality is a necessary safety net for her. However, what Benenson also notes is that once a woman gets ahead of the norm or the standard, the equality disappears. Any desire for equality disappears once she's ahead. That only triggers when she falls below parity, or she falls below that threshold of equality. So that's what you see playing out in relationships today, is either it must be considered 50-50, we are both equally to blame, or the man is 100% to blame. There is no possibility ever placed out there that she could be 100% in the wrong, which is why the expectation is the man should say sorry first, because either you're both to blame, you both need to apologize, or he's the only one that did anything wrong anyway. So obviously he should apologize first. That's just always the right thing to do. Anyways, make you feel safe. Okay, great, fine. That usually, that's tied to attractiveness as well. Lead you closer to God, not farther away. Okay, great, fine. Set and keep sexual boundaries. Okay, great, fine. How about you guys do that too a little bit? When's that going to start up? Support your God-sized dreams. There it is. There it is. It's again, we saw the same one with the Girl Defined thing, and now we're seeing it over here. It's the ladies. Ladies, you need to have dreams. You need to have a mission. You need to have a thing that you're going to do. And it's that thing that is going to make your life fulfilled. And so you need a man that supports it. If that man doesn't support your dreams and your goals in life, all those things that you aspire to accomplish, then he's a bad man. That's not a godly man. That's an ungodly man would actually be a strong leader who has his own mission. No. A godly man wouldn't be someone that you would submit to and set your dreams aside for. Or a better way to put it, how about you refocus what are your dreams, ladies? Because that's really what this is about. Why, like, if your God-sized dream is for you to be a supportive, loving wife who raises godly children, or raises up the next generation of humans well, that's a God-sized dream I can get behind. And yeah, a guy should be, he should be in your corner with that. But the reason why I push back against this is because we all know that's not what she means. When they say mission, they're not talking about motherhood or being a supportive wife. right? If that is her dream, then hey, great. Yeah, absolutely. Guys should be happy about that. And guys that see women who want that stuff, they are happy about it and they snatch them up. But that's not what she means. She means a career. And so she's saying, if you don't support her career, you are not a godly man. Eagle, hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Love it. Yeah, how can a man lead his family when a woman won't follow him? You can't. It's just not possible. Yeah, women's dreams change every 5 years. That's another part of it is a lot of the Christian girl bossies that I've known, they switched around. They moved around from thing to thing their whole lives. It was every year they were trying a different thing. There's one woman that I know who, I've been friends with since we were teenagers. She's tried everything from, she tried to be a writer, and at one point she was doing acting. At one point she was living out her dream of being a real estate agent. Then she got her sommelier license. Not sommelier, meaning she's now a wine tester. She did thing after thing after thing after thing, and she framed all of these things as God's adventure or God's calling on her life. Yeah, it changes frequently. Aflac, did you do Aflac? I don't know. Probably. Yeah, if it was 18, that would be a fair enough, but I'm 31 with a career. She's going to have to hop on board with my program at this point. And that's exactly why these girls aren't finding the men that they want. They aren't able to convince those guys to stick around because those guys are like, no, I'm sorry. I'm already on a train. I'm going places. I got stuff going on and I need support. I need help. I need someone to help take some of the load off. And you don't want to do that. You want me to do that for you. Right? You can't have a car that's got 2 steering wheels. You can't drive it in 2 different directions. And I know that they have this cope where they say, oh, well, that's why you need to find someone who has the same mission as you so that you're moving the same direction. Okay. Sometimes that can work. But what happens when God puts a calling on her heart that moves a different direction than what God seems to be calling him to? What do you do then? I know that there have been a lot of situations I've heard of where that has turned into a crisis point because your missions don't always stay the same forever. Yeah. Yeah, my driver's ed car had 2 steering wheels, but I was a freaking kid. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is just reversed biblical roles of husbands and wives. Well, and again, it gets framed as equality, but whenever those 2 different roles butt heads, we are told that a godly man will support hers. And I've heard this from pastors, I've heard this from Christian counselors who say, yeah, the reason why Christian women are so unhappy and unfulfilled in their marriages is these men, they just have these old patriarchal notions of, just having their own dreams, and they don't pay enough attention to the wife's dreams and what she wants to do. And so that's why women are unsatisfied and why they're unhappy. No. Again, it's just the guy's not attractive enough and they don't respect him. That's really what it is. But it's framed as equality first. Hey, we both need to have a mission and a role and where we are out there on the front lines, doing our thing, building accomplishments out in the world. Both of us need to have that. But whenever it butts heads, you are the ungodly one. You are the bad man if you insist that, no, I'm sorry, we've got to go with my mission. It's great that you had yours and, but God is calling me a different direction and it's time for you to set that aside because We have to go with the thing God is calling me to because I'm the head of the household. And he's put me in that position where I am the one held accountable for how this household goes. Right? Yeah. So it's the reversal. So in practice, it ends up being a complete reversal of the scripturally defined household rules. It's equality as long as equality works. But the moment there's a disparity or disagreement, the woman's actually the one who gets to decide the course of the household. And you're a bad man if you say no. So, what else? Yeah, be forgiving. A godly, again, this is kind of a repetition of he'll say sorry first, he'll be forgiving. What about you? Yeah, he'll bring out the best in you. You'll notice what's not on this list. One thing that's terribly absent from this list is the husband telling her no. The man telling her no, holding her accountable. An actual godly man will be concerned with her purity. One of the things scripture says about a husband is that it is your responsibility to oversee her her sanctification, essentially. It is your job to present your wife as a spotless, essentially, right? That her spirituality, her purity, her faith, those are things that fall under your authority as man. You are responsible for helping her to be sanctified and for her faith to be shaped. Sometimes, in order to do that, in order to present your wife spotless to the Lord, you have to tell her no, what you're doing is a sin. You have to tell her no, what you're doing is selfish. No, what you're doing is evil. No, what you're doing is following your heart, and your heart is being deceitful and wicked. It is pulling you away from what is right in Christ. Sometimes you've got to tell her stuff like that. It's really uncomfortable. But a godly man will actually do that because he is concerned with his wife's holiness. Is that on any of these women's lists of things to look for? A man who will tell her no? A man who will be concerned with her sin and her repentance? I have yet to hear any of these girly podcasts, at least not the popular ones. You got to dig pretty far to find it. I have yet to see any of the popular ones where they actually say, yeah, you need to find a man who tells you no. Yeah, you need to find a man who rebukes you. Find a man who will intervene when you're sinning. Find a man who corrects you when you're wrong. Yeah. Yeah, quote unquote abusive. He told me no. And 155,000 of her followers will come for you for saying no to her. Yeah. And that's why we saw it earlier. These women have no oversight because they have this massive following that they can use as leverage. And the guys know it. They know that no matter what happens, no one would believe them. So that's why they're so timid. They're so scared. They're so unmasculine. They're so uncomfortable. Or they just don't show up in public at all. This is Disney World, brother. They keep it going and going and going. Yeah. Accountability is death to them. Well, it feels like it because it reduces their options. And options for women are, options feel like life to a woman. Because it's a protective instinct. It's a self-preservation instinct. Because again, being more vulnerable, the more options she has, the more avenues of escape she has, the more safety nets she has. If you place accountability on her, it limits her behavior, and that limits her options, and that limits her avenues of escape. That limits her ways to bring in resources. That could potentially put her life in danger as far as her instincts and her survival drives are concerned. So yeah, it feels really bad for women to be held accountable. Yeah. Okay, that's enough of that. I don't know who this is. This is another one that popped up on my feed.
And so many people are like, how do I find my spouse? And I think a big part of it is not trying to find your spouse. It's living your life and doing your thing on mission. And when someone else is on mission and they just come together.
Right.
Yeah, it's that same thing of like, yeah, you got to be on mission. You got to be doing this thing. Go out there. Get accomplished, women. Go start stacking accomplishments out there in the world. And then once you do that, there'll be a guy that just comes alongside you and he'll want to do the same kind of things as you're doing. And you'll just, you'll ride off into the sunset together, move in the same direction. That's Princess Leia, Star Destroyer, apparently. Kind of looks like it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Go the male route. That's exactly what they're being told, is do the male thing, and that's how you'll get with a good Christian guy. But again, the good Christian guys don't want this. The woman I told the story about earlier, who is, the one who rejected all of the guys in our small group, there were several guys in our church that she was very interested in, and she talked to briefly, who were friends of mine. And those guys talked to her and did not pick her. They picked other women. Why? Because they assessed the situation and went, this is a Christian girl boss. This is not someone who's going to be a supportive wife. So they moved on. And they found women who instead were more feminine, more traditional in that sense. They found women who were, hey, I want to support my husband and be a mom. So, yeah, the girls that are doing this are getting passed over. At least by the guys that they actually want. Because those men that they want don't want women who do this. They want women who don't have a mission. They want women who are going to come alongside his mission, support him. Yeah. Fascinating. This is Savannah Stone. Let's watch this one really quickly. She's got a huge Instagram following. She's kind of an anti-feminist. So I don't know. I haven't really watched this. I'm curious to see what she says though. You're trying to give some of the ladies the benefit of the doubt. If there's any one of them that we could give the benefit of the doubt to, it's probably Savannah. Let's see what she's got to say.
So most of you know, Noah and I got married at 18 and 21, very young in today's society. And people often ask me, why didn't you wait? What was the rush? And the truth is, there was no need to wait. We were fully aligned on what we wanted our life and marriage to look like. And I truly believe that a lot of that comes down to the quality of conversations you are having during the dating period. So from the beginning, since the day we met, we were both very intentional about dating with the intent of marriage. I share this all the time on interviews and social media, but when you are dating for the intention of marriage, it is very important that you don't waste your time or the other person's time if you know you could not see yourself marrying that person. It's unfair to you and it's unfair to them. So man or woman, do not lead someone on out of the discomfort of being alone. So get the hard conversations out of...
Yeah, that's unfortunately that's tough for women to do, because that's the only way that they can keep that list of backup plans. I have been, like, throughout my dating career, all decade and a half of it, 2 decades of it, 20 years. All 20 years of it, there have been many times along the way where I was talking to girls and I was interested in them, and they would talk to me, but it was very clear that there was another guy that they really actually wanted to be with, and they were just sort of in a holding pattern, waiting for that guy to actually pick them. And so they would talk to me and act interested, but only enough to keep me around. If I ever tried to push things into, hey, let's actually make something out of this, they'd get all shifty and they couldn't give straight answer. And it's like they didn't want me to go away, but they also wouldn't actually go out with me or turn it into a real relationship. It took me a long time to realize that, no, this is women keeping me as a backup option in case the guy they actually want doesn't say yes. So I think Savannah's right. That is the best thing you can do for the other person, is be quick about it. If you realize, hey, this is not a person that I actually want, don't put them on a roster. Don't keep talking to them and keep giving them hope. You know, just cut it off. That's incredibly difficult for women to do, though. So guys, yeah, for us, we can't expect women to do it. Unfortunately, that means that, yeah, it's going to be up to us to monitor the situation. If you get that sense that she's just backup planning you, you have to cut it off. So.
The way early on. And there's 5 things that I want you to bring up very early on in dating. Politics, religion, sex, money, kids. Do not date someone for months without aligning on these 5 things.
Okay, so so she's assuming that there's attraction there already. And that if it's a woman, that she's already interested in you. And so now we've gotten past the attraction stage and into the, okay, are we going to be compatible for a long-term relationship? So these are valid questions to ask. And she's right. Yeah, you do want to make sure, you absolutely want to make sure that you're on the same page about these things.
I shared this on a video sometime last year, and I've had
The only thing I would say is that if a woman is attractive enough, she will oftentimes adjust these things for the man.
So much positive feedback with both.
Yeah, her arms. She got freaking biceps. I feel like that's unnecessary.
Men and women telling me they discussed these 5 things on the first date and it was the best date they've ever had. And the reason why is because everyone is done with shallow, surface level small talk conversations. Especially in such a digital age, we are craving deep human connection, and small talk dates are just not that. And the beauty is, even if you don't align on these things, you had a deep conversation with another human being. Maybe you compared ideas. Maybe there's a bit of healthy debate. So you really can't go wrong. So politics, and I'm speaking specifically to women on this because for the men, if a woman leans left, it's not a big deal, okay? I have so many girlfriends who were
she thinks she's a leader, I guarantee it. Well, yeah, you kind of get that vibe.
More left-wing, and then they became successful financially and that changed their mind, or they fell in love with a man. I became far more conservative when I met my husband because your man will influence you. It's just part of it.
That's okay.
Noah challenged me on many of my beliefs when we were dating when it came to femininity and masculinity. And when you're married, you start to really understand that men and women are different. We sort of had this break-in scare one time when we were living back in Florida. We were basically living in the woods. There was no fence around our home, but all the neighbors were at least 3 acres.
And obviously, by the way, this is really luxurious. I almost guaranteed her husband makes a lot of money. I don't know, unless she's making a ton of money on Instagram, because I know she has a bigger following there. But man, this is opulent. So yeah, she is kind of skipping past the fact that you have to be the kind of man that can, you probably have to be the kind of man that can provide this level of opulence before any of what she's saying is relevant. But yeah, you do kind of have to tread carefully because yes, women will adjust their views for a man they find attractive enough. But if they've been heavily indoctrinated, they may not leave all of it behind. They probably won't. In fact, and if your attractiveness wanes or she gets bored later in the relationship, she may revert. I've heard stories of that happening too.
And one night, we were so exhausted and fell into the deepest sleep, and I'm dreaming.
It's probably better to start with a woman who's closer to conservative views. I like that. That's why I don't think it's a good idea to just get really hot, date a liberal woman, and then make her conservative. I don't believe in that. You know, Everybody thought that Candace Owens had converted from liberalism to conservatism, and now we're kind of paying for it.
In my dream, my phone is buzzing nonstop, and I wake up out of this dream and look
Most
over,
definitely a
and
studio.
Noah's phone is buzzing.
maybe this is they've rented a studio. I don't know, but even still, that's not cheap.
And I look at it, and it's a random number, so I'm like, okay, spam call at 2 a.m., whatever, and I go back to sleep. Then I hear our doorbell ringing, okay? And not just one polite doorbell ring. It was ringing the entire time while someone was knocking. So this person is ringing our doorbell.
Yeah, she got married. Give it to her. She got married young. Hope she stays married. Oh yeah. No, nothing against her or her marriage. Yeah, I really hope they stay married as well. And yeah, maybe they didn't have all this stuff back when they were younger. But hey, it definitely doesn't hurt in terms of actually keeping the marriage together if you can provide that kind of stuff.
And knocking aggressively at the same time. And I'm hearing it in my dream.
And yeah, I don't actually know for sure. Maybe it is that her money that she brought in through her Instagram page. So it paid for all this. Maybe. It's possible.
Wake up.
I don't know what Instagram pays or how you would make money from that. I only know about YouTube, and she doesn't have a very big YouTube following yet.
Realize it's real. So of course I do the mom gasp where I'm like, someone's breaking in, someone's messing with us. And Noah jumps out of bed, grabs the AR and turns to the door. That would not be me. I don't fight, okay? I flight. And it turns out it was just our Doberman that got out in the middle of the night. So it was a sheriff at the door that was trying to get a hold of us. But the whole time I'm under the covers hiding. My whole point in sharing that is there's just something about marriage that changes your worldview just a bit, okay? There's a lot of things that I just don't take care of in our marriage, including home.
Yeah, views can change, but you need to be sure that she's genuinely humble enough to recognize that she may be wrong. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, there's a humility aspect to it as well. People are not going to truly change their views on anything if they don't have humility. If they're prideful, then yeah, they will likely secretly harbor certain views. Again, see Candace Owens.
Defense. That's what I have a man in my life for. So back to my point, the reason you need to be somewhat aligned on politics is because it saves you from stupid arguments. Why would you want your household to be a place of strife? Am I saying you have to agree on every little thing? Of course not. There are things where Noah and I differ on opinion, but it's not something as large as our entire worldview. All right, let me tell you about a new platform that I really believe in. You know
okay,
my
now
whole thing.
She's
the
dressed
culture sells you a
appropriately.
lie and then charges you for it, aka hookup culture. Dating apps are the perfect example. The doom scroll dating apps were never built to get you married. They're designed to keep you scrolling and paying $19.99 a month for some casual hookups and heartbreak. And underneath all of it, they deleted the one thing that makes attraction work.
Yeah, also given
polarity.
how she's dressed, she's not humble in the slightest. Yeah,
a woman secure in her
she's
femininity.
dressed.
We spent a
in
decade
like a
calling that
pants
toxic, and now
dress
everyone's
kind of a
confused
thing.
about why the
Yeah.
spark is gone. So
She covers
I
up
want
for
to tell
the
you about
ad.
Partner.
Yeah.
It's not another swipe till you're numb app. It's
Something
an
tells me this is an
platform
insert,
for
but
single
yeah.
men and women who actually value polarity and long-term commitment. Partnered is intentionally designed to get you married and connect you with high-value men and women. If you're done apologizing for wanting a husband who leads and a wife who's unapologetic,
God, you do gotta be high value.
This was built for you.
How do they
Check out
filter for
Partnered.
that?
Link is in the show notes. Second thing, religion. What is your moral foundation? If you're a Christian woman,
well, I mean, she's dressed the way that she is probably because she does come from Instagram, and it's very difficult to get traction on Instagram as a woman unless you utilize your looks. So this is probably just normal for her. From her perspective, she probably is dressing modestly because on Instagram, this is modest. Not saying that, you know, and not saying that your guys' observations are inaccurate. She could dress far more modestly than this. But yeah, I'm just saying, probably from her perspective, she thinks she is being modest.
which the majority of you that follow me are, it is a must
Her
that you
perspective is
marry
wrong.
a Christian man. I know many relationships where the woman is Christian and the man was
So what?
not. and
Honor
the man
God,
later
not the algorithm? Yeah. Well, and yeah, and I would agree with that. I'm just trying to. I'm not saying that she's right in what in any of that. I'm just saying what her mindset probably is, how she probably views it or would justify it.
converted. That was my parents' relationship, okay? But it's not ideal and it doesn't work every single time. Obviously, we're called to be equally yoked, but the other part is dating is not a ministry. We have had guy friends that have fallen into this as well, where they were so infatuated with a woman that was not Christian. So they would try to lead her to church and get her to change her mind. And it just didn't work out. It's super frustrating.
Modest
and it's
in worldly
not
terms, yeah.
biblical whatsoever.
Looks like lip filler.
It's far
Could
different
be.
from politics. You can change your mind on politics all the time, but when it comes to your moral compass, what's right from wrong, how we got here, what happens when we die, that is your foundation. And if you desire children, how are you going to raise your children? Are you going to let them choose which moral framework they want to follow between the two of you? The truth is, if you marry a man...
Yeah, Spartan over on the Discord. It's been a few years, but when my wife and I had our first date, we discussed several of the topics Savannah mentioned, including that either of us realized we weren't going to get married, it would be over. We've been married 9 years now. So, yeah, it could be valuable to... Yeah, I'm not saying any of what she's saying is wrong. So far, this is fine. It's fine stuff to do, and it's probably helpful once you get past this stage of attraction. You have to be attractive to the other person. Otherwise, you're not getting to this conversation. This is a great conversation to have once you get there, but yeah, you got to get there.
That has a completely different moral framework, then you are not dedicated to the faith. It is so important, guys. I cannot stress it enough. And ideally, as a woman, you want a man who is even stronger in his faith than you. Why? Because when a father is committed to his faith and he is the one spiritually leading, he's the one bringing the whole family to church versus just...
Why the feet? I don't know, man. Yeah, she does get a lot of views. She gets more views than I do. Do I need to bust out my feet? Is that what I'm seeing? Is that what I, do I need to give it a shot, guys? No? Well, hey, we don't know until we try, right?
Just the mother with the kids. Those children are far more likely to continue attending church and staying in the faith into their adult life. It's part of how you build a legacy. Number 3.
I don't know. There are a lot of people that have some wires crossed in their brains to where feet do a thing to them. We'll put it that way. And it will get you traction. If you're a woman, if you put your feet out there. There's a reason why you'll see certain clips, certain channels where they blur out people's feet. They're doing that for a reason.
Sex. This is going to be individual with every single couple. But if you're waiting until marriage, discuss that early on. Also, ladies, it's not toxic for him to ask how many people
I could never
he
get the
slept
foot
with.
obsession
You can ask him too. It's a
thing out of any other thing. My understanding is that it is a literal wire crossed, not a literal wire, but like a neural wire crossed in your brain. Same as how some people sneeze if they eat chocolate. I sneeze if I look at the sky. That is a crossed sensory wire where there's a thing that when I look up at the sky and I see see something super bright, it triggers the sneeze reflex. It's not supposed to. Some people get that when they eat chocolate. It's not supposed to. Apparently, there's a similar thing that a wire gets crossed when they see feet, and it does stuff to you down there when it's kind of not supposed to. That's my understanding of it.
a very valid question. I know couples who have never talked about it at all, and they're fine with that. But it's not toxic to ask, okay? It's like you ask...
What is this about sneezing when you eat chocolate? Apparently, hey, it's a thing. Some people, when they eat certain things, they sneeze. For me, it's bright lights, but it's the same thing.
Asking him how much he makes or how much is in his bank account, not toxic. Therefore, it's not toxic for him to ask you your body count. Number 4, money. Before you consider marrying someone, it's important to know what their mindset around money is and what their habits are like,
Sure,
okay? Because
now
the truth
I'm
is,
curious.
a person's bank account reveals their priorities. Usually, your childhood shapes how you view money. You may have a scarcity mindset and hoard all of your money, afraid that you'll never have abundance, and the person you're dating feels like money's never going to run out. Not saying those are deal breakers, but I am saying it's something to be aware of. Or if you're a woman who makes more money than the man you're seeing, are you okay with that? If a man is extremely
No, you're
wealthy,
not.
can you handle that? Are you able to step out of your own scarcity mindset and understand that you may have to develop a completely different outlook on life and money? Number 5, kids.
Okay.
Yes, talk about how many kids you want. If someone
Yikes. So, yeah, if I understand her right there, yeah, so if the woman's making more than you, you need to be able to just become okay with that and accept it. And as the girl, you got to make sure that you decide if you're okay with it or not. I don't know. Maybe I would get more views if I wore a low-cut dress. That's an idea. Is it a good one? Probably not. We can try. Same with the feet. I don't think anybody wants that. But yeah, this all comes back to attractiveness. And one of the things that's going to kill a woman's attraction is if the woman is more successful or has more than the guy does. I've seen it be, like in my experience, it is exceptionally uncommon for a woman to feel attracted to a man who makes less money than her, or for her to respect him. It is exceptionally difficult for her to follow him, follow his leadership. So it's just not advisable at all. I would almost say, yeah, that's a deal breaker at that point. He'd get views, but not the kind of views we need. Yeah, it would get views, but yes, you're absolutely right. We want high. We're looking for quality more than quantity.
One is set on 1 kid, but you're set on 7. Can you compromise that, or is that a deal?
Only if he's stupidly hotter than him. I mean, I'm assuming you mean her, and she thinks he'll stick with her if she bankrolls his lifestyle. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure what you. Yeah, her. Yeah, he's got to be way, way, way above her in terms of attractiveness, and she's got to be worried that, you know, some other girl might snatch it up. That's really the only exception to that. But yeah, according to, I mean, just averages and data, Dr. David Buss wrote the book on that, The Evolution of Desire. What the research says is that in terms of the order of priorities that women have, in terms of what they look for, resource generation is at the top. Looks is on the list, but it's like 4th, I think, or 5th. It's farther down than you think. I mean, when we're talking about long-term mate selection, looks is a little ways down the list. Other social proof of your capabilities, those things come first. Your resource generation capability, social proof to back it up, and social standing, those things come before your looks to her. So yeah, you would have to max out. You would have to looks max until you hit the brick wall limiter on that stat in order for it to overcome that. I don't know. Maybe that happened. Maybe that. And of course, again, there's always exceptions. There's always an exception or two. But yeah, I'm talking about generalities.
Deal breaker. The point of all these conversations is, like I said in the beginning, number 1, so you don't waste your time. And number 2, so you know what to actually expect in marriage. These 5 conversations all encompass how you're going to live your life together and what decisions you'll make. Another conversation that is vital is discussing your ideal lifestyle.
I wonder if she brought it up because she makes more money than her husband. Maybe that Instagram stuff really is lucrative and she's the breadwinner in the household. Yikes.
Now,
I don't know.
This is much easier the younger you are because you're not really set up quite yet. For example, Noah and I were not in set careers that we wanted to stay in or build in. We didn't have a tie to any location so we could live anywhere. But if you're dating and let's say you're late 20s and 30s, you most likely have an established life. You may have a career that's set in a certain location, or you may be someone who works remote and loves to travel all the time. What I want you to discuss is what your ideal life looks like, and you need to be aligned on that. People don't talk about it enough. Because let's say you as a woman desire to live a really quiet life
Savannah
on a ranch,
Stone.
And he has a job in the city and lives in a penthouse. You can't expect him to give up his job, and you can't expect yourself to have to give up on the life you truly desire because
Well, okay, you lost me there. If you want to be with a guy, you need to be willing to follow him wherever he's going to go, wherever God calls him, whatever his mission is. That is what God made you for, to be the helper, the helpmate. If you're not willing to do that, fine. Don't get married. Right? If your major concern is with the lifestyle that you lead and you're shutting guys down because you have dreams of a particular lifestyle and it's different from what the guy wants, your loneliness is on you, girl. That is absolutely on you. She's Erica Kirk's disciple. Don't fall for it, Matt. I didn't know that. But yeah, I don't know, because you see this every so often. You'll see Christian influencers or conservative influencers who start off being very anti-feminist, or they say a lot of very anti-feminist stuff. They talk about how bad feminism is and how traditional values are the way. but they never actually dispute the core premises of feminism, which are that, women need to have power, they need access to power, they need access to status, they need to have the same levels of achievement that men do, and that's good for them. They won't dispel that stuff. They won't dispel the myth that women need power in order to be valuable. They won't dispel the myth that women are princesses that are owed only the best of everything. They won't go after any of those myths. Yeah, so I don't know what her relationship with Erica Kirk is, but man, yeah, that would not surprise me, because that is very much Erica Kirk's take on things. She's very much like anti-feminist, but she's like the conservative feminist version of anti-feminist. Maybe I need to do a video on this at some point. There are two feminisms out there in popular narrative. There is the version of it that conservatives talk about and speak against, which is maybe half of it. It's, hey, it's misandry, it's anti-tradition, it's anti-motherhood. That stuff. They are very much against the conservative feminists. They pick a few points from feminism, let's say it this way. They pick a few symptoms of feminism that are kind of low-hanging fruit and easy to go after. And it all aligns with that sort of dreamy mid-20th century vision of a traditional household, where the wife is at home blissfully prettying up the house and raising the kids and baking a home-cooked meal and living this beautiful aesthetic life that she wants, and the husband is off at work and all of that. But the woman can go out to work. Woman, she's still, she still has all the options in the world available to her, right? They don't, and the husband is the head of the household, right? That's another piece of it. Oh, well, feminism is bad. When they speak about this feminism, they talk about how it's bad because, men are supposed to be the head of the household, and feminism, they're against that. Okay. All right. So they pick a few things and they go after it. But they don't go after the substance of feminism. They don't go after, for example, they are still pro-19th. They are still, encouraging women to go have their girl boss mission and have that career if they want it. They are still pro egalitarian decision-making processes. And hey, it's still pro stuff like this, where it's like she's the woman, her lifestyle is still this high priority. They're very big on that. They're extremely big on making sure that women have resources dispensed to them by men for no cost in return. They're very low on the woman's duties to the husband. So, yeah, Dadvocate and Shoe on Head are the only anti-feminist conservative women that I've seen put an actual effort into actively rejecting feminist undertones. Well, yeah, because it is, or trying to, yeah, calling her husband partner, right. Yeah, so there are two versions of feminisms. There's this sort of smokescreen partial version of it that conservatives talk about, and they've made this like boogeyman out of, and they advertise themselves as the good guys who are against feminism. Side with us, young men, we'll take down feminism. But they never go deep enough. They never go to the root. They never go to the premise that women need power in order to be happy. They never go to the premise that women are everything they ever need to be the moment they're born. They never go after the premise that women are angels who do no wrong. Because these are the same people who are insisting that women don't need accountability. These are the same women who are insisting that men need to pay for everything always. Right? Well, that men need to pay for everything always and expect nothing in return. Because that is sacrificial servant leadership and love. That is a man being a good Christian, a sacrificial, loving Christian. If he gives over every bit of his effort and every bit of his resources over to a woman and receives nothing in return for it, that is the most Christ-like sacrifice man can make. That is feminism. So that is the actual feminism, is all these other premises, right? That women do not have obligations, that women deserve to receive without having to give, that women are princesses. So they fight feminism with one side of their mouth, but encourage it with the other. It's just a different way of arriving at the same conclusion. Women win. Women get what they want from men. Whatever it is that they want. And they get to maintain their optionality, right? That's a sacred one. They get to maintain whatever claims to power and leadership. They get to maintain their status as Christian influencers and thought leaders and girl podcast hosts without any oversight from men. Right? So there's parts of it that they won't touch. The parts of it that, look, there was that always grow back. There's a video I saw from Nick Freitas the other day where he's talking about how he's kind of making fun of people who say, oh, well, I didn't leave the left left me behind. And so what Nick was saying was that, no, the left is going to its natural conclusions. That bus was already headed there. And it's not as if, you roll that bus back to where you still are, that things would be totally different and it would be totally fine. No, that train was already leaving the station and it was already going to go that direction whether you went with them or not. And it will go that way again even if you rewind it. The problem is where the train started. I think Nick is absolutely right, and that applies to feminism as well. Conservatives are convinced of this notion that they can take half measures with feminism. That they can, another eagle, yes, we love it. Conservatives are convinced of this notion that we can just fight bits and pieces of feminism, but still leave women in this empowered state. And that's good for them. And that the bus won't drive away again the moment we look away. Doesn't work like that. Feminism is going today to the places that it naturally was always going towards because of the premises, right? The power premise, the angel premise, the deserving premise. I deserve everything. I'm an angel who's perfect and does the women do no wrong premise. All of these premises. You need to adore me regardless of what I do or say or what I am. All of these premises have a natural outcome. You cannot hold me accountable. All of these things, they have a natural outcome and it will just keep going and going and going. Backing the bus up a little bit is not going to solve the problem. I saw another thing. There's a video from the ARC, the Alliance for Responsible Citizens, over in the UK, where it's a conservative rally conference thing, where they had this one panel guy who's talking about how, feminism, it started off doing some great things and it liberated women from some real evils, but it's gone too far and now, men and boys are, being put in a bad spot. They were talking about how current culture is toxic and hostile towards boys and we're destroying them as we raise them. And so he's like, well, yeah, we elevated women to this good place, but we went too far. Nope. Nope, sorry, that's not what happened. That is absolutely not what happened. What happened is, about 170 years ago, some occultists and spiritualists, like Helena Blavatsky, a theosophist, and Victoria Woodhull, and Elizabeth Cady Stanton, these women who were talking to demons and even basically admitted as much, they admitted to talking to spirits and all that. These women started implanting these premises into our cultural story that women need to have power in order to be valuable and happy. And that's why this will always keep going this way. We will always keep ending up at this place where women believe that men owe them. Because that once you accept that premise, that power is what makes a person valuable, status is what makes a person valuable, well, then you will always have this reality that men always have more power than women, because they just are. That just is their position. That is their state of existence. And so you will always have this world in which women are oppressed by men, and women will always, if that was true, then yeah, women would always be owed reparations. It will always keep leading to these conclusions that women keep coming up with, that men owe us. We don't owe men anything. Right? And they instilled these notions that women are the better sex. They are the sweeter and kinder sex, the ones who will lead better, the ones who are more. They are men are these evil, awful monsters, and women are, right? Because conservatives are perfectly willing to go after the premise that men are monsters and bad. They're fine attacking that, but they will not touch the premise that women are angels. Right? This comes from women who were talking to demons. It goes all the way back to ancient woman and goddess worship. And as long as you allow those premises to live and that woman worship to live, you will always end up right back at this same place. So I'm sorry, conservatives, half measures will not work with this stuff. Do not ally yourself with it even a little bit. If you do, it will spring right back up, because it did not come from God, it came from demons. Very literally. Yeah, it's all about valuing the wrong things above all else, valuing power above all, valuing bodily autonomy above all, individualism, liberty, self. Right. And that focus on self is the outworking of women's original curse, right? The curse that your desire will be to usurp your husband. Your desire will be contrary to him. You will want to take his decisions and go the other way. You will want to take his position as the head. Conservatives are not willing to cut the head off of that snake. They are not willing to admit that women have a consistent desire, and always have since the fall. They have a consistent desire to usurp men, and they will do it by whatever means they can. They will do it they will use covert methods, they will use overt methods. They will instill false premises that just win the fight for them before you even get into the argument, right? They will change language so that they automatically have the moral high ground. And it all stems from that desire women have to usurp the man, right? That is something that conservatives are not willing to fully grapple with. We'll deal with bits and pieces of it. We'll deal with the symptoms of that sin and that desire to usurp in some places that are comfortable, but we will never violate the premises that are most sacred and dear to women. That's enough of this one.
You know, there's always a way out. Like, I feel like a lot of girls are very deep into relationships, and just telling you from someone who's been there, like with the dress, with the save the dates, with the venue, like there's always a way out. And yeah, it is so worth it.
This is Sadie Robertson Huff. She was like one of the Duck Dynasty wives, I think. But yeah, this is again another one where she's telling them to have really high standards and be willing to walk away, that type of thing. Yeah, so I threw this one in there just to show you that this is so prevalent. It is so all over the place. Okay, last one for today, because we've been going pretty long. It's almost, woof, man, we've been going for 4 hours. We've been having a time. This is from Vlad Savchuk. We're going to listen to a little bit of this because he has a lot of followers. And this is some dating advice for women from a man. The 7 men every Christian woman should run from. So I've not seen this, but already I'm getting the sense that, yeah, this is not going to help women bring their standards down.
Stay away from these men. A teaching for Christian women. She knew something was off. She felt it in her spirit. And he was charming. He said all the right things. He showed up at church. He had the vocabulary. Everybody around her said, girl, he's a good man. But deep inside, she knew. She ignored it, and it cost her years.
It's dramatic.
And maybe that's you. Maybe that was you. Maybe you're sitting there right now, and something in you...
Stay away from every average guy. Yeah.
Your God, in your spirit, your God has been warning you about, and you keep making excuses. Today, I'm not here to be your hype man. I am here to be a mirror of God's word, because God's word already has described a man you need to stay away from. He wrote it down. God did not stutter. And today we're going to read it together. This is not man bashing session. This is woman protecting video. And that's a huge difference. So,
well, yes, okay, fair. You know, you do need to protect women from things, but what are you protecting them from is always the question. And this is, I'm already a little bit hackles up red flagged, because that is always the phrase that white knights use to justify whatever white knighting they're doing, or shielding women from accountability they're doing. That's always the phrase they use. Hey, we're protecting women. So, hey, but let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's see where he goes.
I want to welcome you if you're new. I'm so glad that God sent you to this video, because it might be exactly what you needed to hear. So before we dive in, I need you to...
This is not a man-bashing session. All right, we taking bets, boys? Yeah, exactly. Let's see how it goes. The framing or the foundation of what I'm going to talk about. Because we're talking about both who you date and who you allow in your inner circle as close friends and spiritual influences. Because here is what most women miss. Is the men who destroy you don't always come through the front door of romance. Sometimes they come through friendship, just talking. They come, they sit on the church pew next to you, they're part of the group chat, and they may be even a mentor who starts shifting your theology. They're a brother in Christ who starts slowly becoming something else. And so you gotta be very careful to protect your heart according to Proverbs 4:23. So as we're going to dive into these 7 men, 7 types of men, we're gonna back it up by the scripture, we're gonna back up by a biblical example and what God says, how we should be very careful. I want you to watch all the way to number 7, because that last one, nobody wants to talk about it, and it might be the most... Yeah, pander bear, maybe that should be our new white knight, our term for them. Yeah, they're cool, because that's what it is. It's pandering.
It's the dangerous one of all. Let's go. Number 1 is the unbeliever. I'm starting here because even though most women think, well, I already know this one, but we got to do it anyway. 2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 14 says, do not be unequally yoked together with unbelievers. For what fellowship has righteousness with lawlessness, and what communion has light with darkness? Now notice, Paul did not say, don't be friends with unbelievers. He says, don't be yoked. Yoke is a farming instrument that binds 2 animals together so that they pull in the same direction. You cannot be bound romantically, spiritually, and emotionally to someone pulling in the opposite direction. One of you will lose. So, sister, it could be you. You're the one with something
to lose.
Brother,
where are you looking?
You have a calling. You have a covenant relationship with God. You have a future that requires your whole heart.
Yeah, be yoked like the gym. Yeah. Okay. So I think we get this one.
Saying that unsaved men are evil. I'm saying you cannot build a godly life with someone who does not serve your God.
But if they are unsaved, then they're dead in their trespasses and sins. So they are evil.
Odd. Stay away.
Just saying. I don't know.
Man number 2 is the charmer with no character. He's smooth. He's fine. He's articulate. He's hot. He knows the right scriptures, actually. He knows just enough scriptures to make you feel spiritually seen.
And he's the guy that will get the girl.
God told me you're my wife. He knows how to make you feel chosen and special. But you got to watch his life, not his words. His life Proverbs 7 paints this very clearly. A strange woman lures a young man with flattering lips and smooth words. But look at Proverbs 7, 21, 23. With her enticing speech, she caused him to yield. With her flattering lips, she seduced him. Immediately he went after her as an ox goes to the slaughter.
Interesting that he's using a verse that describes a seductive woman and flipping it around to apply it to men. I always thought it was interesting that scripture never really did this in the reverse. You don't see it in scripture where women are being told, like, hey, watch out for the snaky man. It's almost always the seductress that the Bible warns about. I don't know. Does the Bible know something we don't?
He did not know he will cost his life. Now let's flip this. The principle works both ways. Flattery is a weapon. It's not only what women use on men, it's what men use on women.
Fine.
Someone who leads you with charm, not with character, is after something. The charm is their down payment they will soon collect. The biblical example is Samson and Delilah. But what's more revealing is actually Amnon and Tamar. 2 Samuel 13, Amnon convinces himself he's in love with his half-sister Tamar. He's consumed with love. But the moment he got what he wanted, verse 15 says, then Amnon hated her exceedingly, so that the hatred with which he hated her was greater than the love with which he had loved her. That wasn't love. That was lust dressed in the language of love. And it destroyed her.
Yeah, and that's valid. A lot of times the guys that are at the top of the order, right? The guys that get all the attention from girls, and they are the charmers, they're the hot guys, all the girls want them. They do that. They'll sleep with the girl and go, nah, I'm grossed out by her. On to the next one. So yeah, that's a thing that happens. And hey, it's like somebody needs to tell the ladies this, but and I guess the issue again isn't that it's not that you're, it's like, okay, are we telling them to do it, but are you following up with them? Do you have any structures in place to follow up with these ladies and hold them accountable to this as a standard? That I don't see at all. It's pretty rare to see anyone telling them, hey, you should avoid guys just because they look hot. So I applaud him for at least pointing that out. So it's like, hey, look past the charm and the looks to his character. It's good for him to say that, but what structures do you have in place to check up on your women and protect them after you talk about it? Aaron Clary, buy yourself a beer. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. It's good to see you. We love Aaron. Aaron's a good supporter. And yeah, we the brotherhood needs to link arms if we're gonna stand up to the sisterhood. So yeah, go check out Aaron's channel. Subscribe to him if you're not already.
Man's affection for you is louder than his obedience to God. That is a red flag. Character is what he does when no one is watching. Charm is what he performs when he wants something from you. Man, number 3, a spiritually passive man. Now here's the one the church does not talk enough about.
This is the more
this guy.
Wait. We don't talk about it. So this was pretty much all that the girls were talking about. Now, to be fair, this is a more technical way of talking about it. The girls were being very vague in their terminology for it. I'm curious to see if he puts any more concretes on it, because that's what we were asking for earlier and we didn't get
anything. He is saved. Well, he says he is. He doesn't lead. He doesn't pray. He doesn't open the word. He has no spiritual hunger. He goes to church if you push him. He doesn't pursue God on his own. He is spiritually passive. And sister?
Yeah, if women were under their fathers until marriage, then the fathers would know what to look for precisely. And I suspect that's why the Bible doesn't talk about the smooth-talking man. Because during the entire time that the Bible was written, women would not have been independent girl bossies out there picking a man for themselves. They would have had their father either very much assisting them in the process or approving of the process, or if not outright making the choice for them. So we live in a very, very different world now. So yeah, I get why he, flips the principle around, because the Bible just doesn't, because it was that way back then, the Bible doesn't have anything that speaks directly to women about this. But still, does that mean that we should be taking scriptures and flipping them around to apply the principles to our current situation, or does our current situation need to change? Did we maybe go too far in giving women a little bit too much reign in terms of their decisions with men? I'm just like, let's just honestly ask the question, which was better for women? Was it better back when the fathers vetted the guys and or chose them? Or is it better now that women are choosing for themselves? Who's making the better choices? I mean, it's tough for us. Obviously, it's tough for us to say because we don't know. We didn't really live back then. But yeah, I can tell you what it's like right now. And the ladies, let's just say the ladies are not happy with the way that their decisions are going. So, could be worth an experiment. Could be worth going back and rewinding that clock a little bit. I don't know.
If you're a spiritually hungry woman, you will become the spiritual leader of that relationship. And then when you're married, you will be the one dragging the household to God. You will be the one fighting for your children's faith. You will be building with a man who is not in the game with you. He is sitting on the bleachers and watching. God's design is clear. Ephesians 5:25 and 26 says, "Husbands, love your wives, as Christ also loved the church and gave himself for her, that he might sanctify and cleanse her with the washing of water by the word." A man who cannot lead you into the word cannot sanctify your home with the word. An example is Eli the priest in 1 Samuel. He was a man of God in title, but so passive in leadership. He knew his sons were corrupt and sinning grievously before God. And in 1 Samuel 3:13 says God judged him because his sons made themselves vile and he did not restrain them. Passivity in a spiritual leader is not neutral. It has grave consequences.
Right, but will he say submit?
A man who will
probably not in
lead
this video.
himself will not lead you. Man number 4 to stay away from, and this is huge, an angry man. I want you to listen to me.
This is the typical one. This is one of the most common ones you see. There's this conception out there that men are these just absolute, balls of anger. We're just a nasty fireball that's ready to explode at any moment. Yeah, I don't know. Most of the guys I know are so emasculated. They were raised by women to have any masculine aggression removed, that they are not like this. But from anyone who uses that language about like, oh, we got to protect women, if that's their mindset, is they have this mindset of, hey, we got to shield and protect women, this is one of the things they're going to bring up. It just is, because that's how they see men. And maybe it's projecting too. A lot of these guys struggle with anger issues. I've known a lot of pastors I know who they dealt with anger issues behind the scenes. And so that was a very big deal in their minds, is, oh, we gotta restrain the guys from being too angry.
Very carefully, because this one gets often wrapped in.
But also, Vlad, we need to be careful that we're clear about what anger is. Are you going to label aggression in any form as anger? Because that's the way it gets framed a lot of times these days. Is any time a man shows masculine, firm aggression, it gets labeled as anger. And so we emasculate our guys by doing that, by calling aggression or directness, firmness, anger. So what's our anger sensor calibrated to?
Passion, intensity, realness, and women sometimes confuse his anger with his strength. But Proverbs 22:24 and 25 says, "Make no friendship with an angry man, and with a furious man do not go, lest you learn his ways and set a snare for your soul." Did you catch that? Even as a friend, the angry man is a snare, a trap. The danger is not just he will hurt you. The danger is he will slowly absorb you, and you will absorb his ways. You will start explaining his behavior, then defending it, then behaving like him, because anger is contagious when you're yoked to it. The angry man controls through outbursts, intimidation, silent treatment, and punishment. He may never hit you, but emotional violence is still violence.
Is it though? Wow, that gives so much power over to the wife. You just handed an absolute sledgehammer over to the wife. Now, anytime she feels like he's being angry, she can say, nope, he's sinning against me. Throw his headship out the window. Time to bring in the church. Time to take it to the pastors and the elders and get them, turn on the waterworks, turn on the tears, cry abuse, and get them to side with me. But let's go back and listen to what he said. What are these things he said?
Punishment. He may never hit you. First, intimidate when you're yoked to it. The angry man controls through outbursts, intimidation.
Outbursts, okay, intimidation. What does that look like? What does that mean?
Silent treatment.
Silent treatment. Okay. Punishment. Silent treatment. So a lot of times, guys, when they're silent, it's not a punishment or a manipulative tactic. Silence from guys in relationships a lot of times is just a fear response or a trained response. They know that if they speak, they will be attacked by the wife. They learn to shut up. It's not that they're trying to control the woman. It's that the woman has trained him very well that if he speaks, he will be eaten alive. So I don't know that one's fair. I don't. These are descriptions of what I see women doing more often in relationships. I don't see guys doing this stuff very often. This is a very, very weird, like, outbursts and silent treatment and like as controlling behaviors and things like that. Yeah, what was this?
Outbursts, intimidation.
Intimidation. Okay, yeah, again, what qualifies as intimidation? And do you want to talk about how women use their emotions to intimidate men? They threaten to, they threaten with tears. They threaten emotionality. They threaten guys by withholding sex from them.
Silent treatment and punishment.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that guys are perfect and then they never do any of this type of stuff. I just don't see that there's a lot of guys out there who do this stuff regularly. That this is not a common modern man. We'll put it that way. It is a guy that exists. He is describing a real human that exists. And he is right, women should be watching out for this particular guy. But this is not the most common man. This is far more common behaviors that you see from women today.
He may never hit you, but emotional violence is still violence, and it will leave invisible wounds on your soul. Example of that in the Bible is King Saul. He was anointed, he was gifted and chosen, but the undealt anger made him unpredictable and dangerous. In 1 Samuel 18, David was celebrating a victory over Goliath, and it says that Saul was very angry. That anger became a spirit. By chapter 19, he's throwing spears at people he loved.
Okay, the anger, it's not said that the anger became a spirit that I remember. It was that a spirit was sent by God, or it requested to go to God, to him. I can't remember exactly what happened, but yeah, I don't know that it's the anger that was the spirit. What is she doing to make her man always angry? That's a good question, and that's not one that he's ever going to ask because his goal is to protect women. Happened to me, manipulation by withholding, awful, yeah. This is what I'm saying. I did not convince any of you guys of this stuff. You lived through it. I did nothing. I'm just giving it a voice, giving it a face. But yeah, he makes this point about emotional violence. He doesn't really describe what it's like. He doesn't really give any biblical proof for the idea of emotional violence being done by a man to another. Because, yeah, Saul was angry, but it wasn't just emotions. That was never stated to be the problem. It was more the, throwing a spear at David's head that was the problem, I think. It was more what the anger led him to do. So, this is... Yeah, and as soon as you open up that can of worms and you say emotional violence is a form of violence, man, you give women so much power because they become the arbiters of what is and is not emotional violence. And there is hardly a pastor in the Protestant church today who will not side with the woman if she cries abuse. So if you make that a criteria and say emotional violence is abuse, man, how can you say men are supposed to lead if you hand every deciding factor and every deciding lever and every possible ability to veto the man over to the woman. If you hand over these levers where women can say, I feel like something's not right. I feel like he's manipulating me. I feel this or that. And they are allowed to, they're encouraged to classify their feelings as emotional violence, which is seemingly obviously a form of abuse, which is then very obviously grounds for intervention by church leaders. And that intervention will then remove his authority from the household. Yeah, you just gave the biggest backdoor key to the castle to the women. Yeah, there's no biblical evidence that condemns emotions/thoughts. Only what emotions/thoughts drive you to do. Is it a sin? Yeah. The only exception to that I can think of would be lust. That's something that kind of goes on up in your head. But yeah, that's the only... There is another scripture that says that, sexual sin is the one it harms you too. Right? All other sins are outside of you. Wow, I can't remember exactly how it goes. But basically, it's like all other sins are outside of your own body, but that is the one that is, internal to you. So that would be the only exception I can think of. But yes, anger is never a sin in and of itself. Anger can be righteous anger. So if a woman is doing something that she should not be doing, if she is sinning, let's say, it is potentially valid for the man to be angry at her sin. There is such a thing as righteous anger. There is a righteous hate. There is a hate of evil. If a woman is behaving in an evil way, it is right for him to be hateful towards that behavior she's displaying. Maybe not angry at her, but angry about or angry at the evil being done. You should despise that evil. Now, if you're going to say that any man who displays any anger ever is a man to be avoided, well, then a man can't even be angry at evil. Yeah, okay, there it is. 1 Corinthians 6:18, every other sin a person commits is outside the body, but the sexually immoral person sins against his own body. So yeah, lust and sexual sins, those are the only ones that would count as like, it's in your head, it's in your own self. The rest of them are outside of you. It's what you do. That is a sin. Which, by the way, kind of blows up this whole theory that anxiety is a sin, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Kind of smoking gun right there. Anyways. Megan, seriously, what is the reason he's mad? Heaven forbid my husband be frustrated when I'm late picking him up 4 days out of 5. Heaven forbid he feel disrespected when I wasn't respecting his time. Right, exactly. Well, and even that's minor deal stuff. And yeah, he has a right to be frustrated with that. And sure, it should be proportional. He shouldn't be like flying off the handle and screaming furiously at you for that necessarily, because that's just disproportional. But if you're in sin, yes, you're right. He could interpret that as disrespect of his time, and that wouldn't be great. But there's worse things that a woman can do to a man, and worse ways that she can disrespect him, and it would be absolutely right for him to be angry at that disrespect. And to want her to, it was disrespectful, yeah, and he was quite mad. Well, okay, yeah, that's valid. But yeah, there are even worse things than that. And and a guy can get upset at the sin. How else is he? Again, the husband's job is to present his wife, basically as a trophy to God. Spotless. And how is he supposed to do that if he, what is he supposed to tiptoe around her sin and be like, hey, love, I really need you to put that sin down. Love, this, I don't want to upset your feelings, but you should really consider, I don't want to be forceful. I want to maintain your agency and make sure that you maintain your power in this situation, so that you make because you make the call, dear. You make the call. But this thing you're doing, it's not the best. Yeah, the scripture says that you should be doing the exact opposite of this. But hey, it's all up to you. What is he supposed to do that? Like, is she really gonna respond to that? No. Yeah, key thought: do not let the sun set on your anger. Yeah.
By chapter 22, he murdered 85 priests. See, unresolved anger has a trajectory. You don't want to be on the path of that trajectory. If he cannot control his anger, he cannot be trusted with your heart. Not in friendship, not in dating, not in marriage. Sure. The fruit of
the general principle is fine. It's the specific areas he applied it in where it's like, whoa, buddy, you're completely undermining the man.
Holy Spirit is self-control. You have to watch for that fruit. Man number 5, the spiritually manipulative man.
What is
this?
What does this mean?
Makes me boil in my blood, because it's the most dangerous one in the church building. He uses scripture as a weapon. He uses spiritual language to control people. He tells you that God told him things about you and you had to obey. He uses phrases like I'm the head and you have to submit. Before you're even married, he isolates you from your spiritual covering, sometimes even from your family, and tells you that they don't understand your anointing. He will tell you God told him you are his wife when you're not wanting to be with him, and if you don't receive it, you're out of God's will. And it's a straight up spiritual abuse. But this is real. I've seen this happen. 2 Corinthians 11:14, Paul says, and no wonder, for Satan himself transforms himself into an angel of light. Paul was talking about false apostle.
Yeah, but again, let's flip it around. What I see this occasionally. It's pretty rare. I've seen a couple of guys do this. It's exceptionally rare. What is far more common, and I've had plenty of girls do this. When I was dating, again, long dating career, so I have plenty of examples, but there were far more women who turned to scripture to justify their own choices. Right, and just blatantly, hey, it's hey, you need to forgive whatever I do and whatever I've done. You need to be, you need to be gracious to me and let me kind of do whatever I want. I was dating this one girl who flashed her boobs to a high school graduation. Her and all of the pastors and stuff around were just like, hey, you need to be more gracious. You need to just let that go. Why is this such a big deal to you? You need to just drop it. I was like, sorry, no, I don't. I really don't. This is a big deal. So yeah. I don't know. I see far more of the opposite. I see far more women using scripture in manipulative ways or reframing scripture to get out of their duties or that type of thing than I see guys manipulating scripture to get what they want.
Who presented themselves
he is describing a man. There are guys like this out there. They're just very much the exceptions, as far as I can tell.
Ministers of righteousness. Sometimes the most dangerous false thing wears the most convincing spiritual.
He's made a video about what type of women men should avoid. We may have to watch that one too. I may have that on my list somewhere. But yeah, we should see what's the other side of this from him. Not today. We're going way long.
The example of that is in Ezekiel
4.5
13,
hours.
false prophets who spoke peace when God said no peace. And they seduced my people saying peace when there was no peace. The spiritually manipulative man will tell you what God supposedly said, and he will always conveniently serve his own agenda.
Yeah, same with if he did a video about what guys need to avoid, then this exact thing needs to be flipped around in that video. If it's not, then wow, we got a problem. Because yeah, that exact thing is exactly, you see that from women all the time. God told me that this wasn't the relationship for me. Or God told me that, that I need to have this particular career path and that if we're to be together, then you need to support it, that type of thing.
Here is your test. A man who truly hears from God will tell you to seek God for yourself. He will not position himself between you and your relationship with the Holy Spirit. He will not use his faith as a lever to pull you closer to him. Genuine spiritual authority points you to Jesus. It never points to itself. And if he uses God's name to override your discernment, run. Man, number 6, a man with no accountability. It's a quick one, but please don't underestimate that. This man has...
Yeah, if this one isn't on the other list, then we got problems, dude. Yeah, maybe we need to check back on this one. If a woman that has no accountability isn't on the list of things men should run from, then we got problems, dude.
No pastor. He has no covering. He has no brothers who speak into his life. He has no authority in his life. No one could ever call him out. He is a lone wolf, spiritually unteachable, answerable to nobody. And he's actually very proud of it. Proverbs 11:14 says, where there is no counsel, the people fall. But in the multitude of counselors, there is safety. A man who submits to no one cannot submit to God consistently. And he will not be able to submit truly to a covenant demands of marriage and love. Because marriage requires you to be accountable to someone bigger than your feelings. It requires discipline, correction, and community. And practically speaking, if he has no one in his life who can tell him that he is wrong, then when you marry him, you become the only one who can tell him he is wrong. He will not receive it from you either. Why? Because he's never practiced receiving correction from anyone.
Yeah, brother, flip this exact speech around and apply it to women. If a woman has never had anyone in her life tell her no, she's not going to listen to you either. I mean, because he's right. Yeah, sure. Guys that have no accountability, they're going to be difficult. It's true.
Look at Rehoboam in 1 Kings chapter 12. He inherits Solomon's kingdom. And when people...
I feel like this guy's spiritually manipulating me by weaponizing scripture against me. Yeah.
Come to him asking for relief, he rejects the counsel of the elders. And then he followed the young
man
stuff around about him anger. Who told him only what he wanted to hear. That decision split the entire kingdom of Israel into two. A man who surrounds himself with yes men or is a lone wolf, he has no spiritual accountability.
Yeah, he's setting women up as basically God.
That will collapse, and you do not want to be a part of that life. The last one, number 7, the double-minded man. Oh man, I've seen these men hurt so many women. I've struggled being that man myself. Actually had to take an extended fast to see God free me from that. And I told you that number 7 is the one that nobody talks about. Here it is, James 1:8. A double-minded man.
Most men are accountable since day one. Yeah.
In all his ways. This is the problem. The double-minded man is not a bad man. He's actually not evil. He does not hate God. He's simply divided. He's 1 foot in, 1 foot out. He's saved on Sunday. He's secular on Saturday. He loves God in crisis and he forgets him in comfort. He's hot, then he's cold, then he's lukewarm. He wants you, then he doesn't want you.
Different version of the
he's
first
committed
guy,
to you,
basically.
then he's not committing to you. And this is why it's
okay, yeah. So it's not just about the faith. It's about, is he into you? Is he not? That type of thing. This is a different version of the thing that the other girls were saying, that you shouldn't be with a guy. It's a red flag if a guy is talking to more than one girl. Okay. Oftentimes that is the best thing a dude can do, because the girls are all talking to more than one guy. The girls all have their roster and their list. And oftentimes, because guys have so few opportunities, putting all their eggs in one basket is, practically speaking, the least effective way that they can go about things. You have to, if you have any other options besides the one you're talking to, you kind of have to, because you get so few opportunities as a man, and the chances that any of those women will actually want to be with you are so low statistically that and I'm speaking from a dating experience. If you throw away all your options for a woman before you have that full commitment of like, hey, we're engaged or we're married or that kind of thing, oof, man, you will end up wasting a lot of time on women, like, because that was me, is like, I was the blue pill white knight bro who was just super romantic, and every time I liked a girl, I would say, this is it, this is the one, and I would throw out all my interest in all the others. I would, you know, stop considering or talking to any of the others. And then inevitably, when those girls decided I wasn't enough, I was left in a place where I had said no to a bunch of other women that I might have had a shot with. Never know, because, you know, they moved on. So, yeah, this is a misapplication of that scripture. That scripture does not apply in this scenario. It is not double-minded for a guy to be having conversations with more than one woman. Unless, again, let's see what his other video says. Does he say that it's double-minded if a woman talks to more than one guy? Maybe, then at least he'd be consistent. Somehow I'm doubting it. But yeah, for guys, because they get so few options, it is possibly the worst advice, practically speaking, that you could give to them. And that is not what this verse is about. Right? He's right to apply this to a guy's faith. Right? If he's maybe a Christian some days and not others, great, fine. Yeah, avoid that. You don't want that kind of double-minded, because that is what that verse is actually talking about. But talking to more than one woman at the same time is not what that word double-minded means. It's not like he's taking one position on immigration one day and another the next. It's not like he's saying that he values one thing one day and then that he doesn't the next. That is what double-minded means. It means flip-flopping, going back and forth on your beliefs and things. So it's correct to apply that to his faith. It is not correct to apply that to him talking to more than one person. So, yeah, I look forward to reviewing the position he has for women. It'll be interesting.
You cannot build anything stable in an unstable foundation. You cannot plan your life around a man who cannot plan his own. You cannot trust your future
to someone
whose present is constantly shifting. A double-minded man will keep you in a cycle of hope and disappointment. He will give you just enough to stay. And
again, he might be describing a man that's out there. There might be like a manipulative narcissist man that dangles relationship as a carrot for a woman. But generally speaking, most guys don't have enough attraction from women to be able to do that. And that's just not guys' MO most of the time. He's talking about edge cases here. Pretty much all of these guys that he's talking about are the rarest of guys. This is not common among average rank and file men. Now, caveat to that. Because churches so heavily filter out men that women don't want, you will probably see more of those men that are like top tier, they have more options. And so pastors like him will probably see more of that behavior than the average, because they're filtering out men who do not act like this. So it probably looks from his perspective like there are more of these guys in totality than there actually are. But that doesn't change the reality. No, the vast majority of men don't behave like this. And he's describing the behaviors of a woman. But because, like I said, it is typically, in my experience, been the ladies who would dangle that carrot of a relationship in front of me because they wanted to keep me on that roster of backup plans. Guys don't keep a roster of backup plans the way that women do. That is not a typical male behavior. That's only a certain small percentage of men even can do that. They don't have access to those dialogue options. Most don't. So he's talking about edge cases mostly here. But it's framed as though this is just a normal kind of man that he sees commonly. He did mention that once or twice, that it's like, I see this happening. I see this all the time. As if these are common things that men do a lot. Anyways, so this is the video, and this stuff came out recently. He put these out.
Stay away from these women. They teaching for Christian men.
Okay, do we want to do it? How are we feeling? We're dropping like flies out there. But yeah, we've been going for a while. This has been a long one, but let's just skim through this and see what they are. The seductress. Okay, so he is doing the flip.
Is the one that seduces.
The
God
reverse
spent
of it.
all of Proverbs 5, 6, and 7.
All right, we're not going to listen to the whole thing.
House to the ground.
The contentious
woman number 2. Contentious woman. Solomon wrote about this woman so many times and in so many ways, and I believe that he is writing from his personal pain. He had 700 wives and 300 concubines, and somewhere in that chaos.
Yeah, okay. I think we know what a contentious woman is. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he explains it accurately. What is a Jezebel?
A man
what
away
does this
from
mean?
God rather towards God is contentious, regardless of the cause. You need a woman who in your hardest season drives you to your knees, not away from God. Woman number 3, the Jezebel. Now, I got to be careful.
Yeah, he does great when he sticks to scripture, exactly.
Here because Jezebel has become overused accusation in church circles. So let me
right
be
about
precise.
that.
I'm not talking about a very strong
It's
woman.
tough to know what
I'm
that
not talking about a
means.
woman who disagrees with you. I am
okay, you can't undermine women's power. So there's one of our feminist premises rearing its ugly head.
talking about a specific spirit characterized by this very specific behavior that the Bible names it. Revelation 2:20, Jesus himself speaking to the church says, "Nevertheless, I have these few things against you, because you allowed that woman Jezebel, who calls herself a prophetess, to teach and seduce my servants to commit sexual immorality." Jesus named it in the New Testament. So this spirit is real. It can operate in the church, and it targets servants of God. The historical Jezebel in 1 Kings was a wife of the king Ahab. 1 Kings 21:25 says, "But there was no one like
Imagine
Ahab
that. You
who
stick
sold
to
himself
scripture
to
and
do
it actually
wickedness in the
works.
sight of the Lord, because Jezebel, his wife, stirred him up." She stirred him up.
Actually, a better way to say it, when you let the scripture say what they're trying to say, instead of trying to make them say something, it works pretty dang well, doesn't it?
She was the architect. See, Ahab was the king, but Jezebel was the power behind the throne, controlling, manipulating, and eliminating anyone who stood in her way. She had Naboth killed in his own vineyard. She hunted prophets of God. She used religion.
Well, okay, but yeah, he wasn't defined by disagreeing with you, not that you can't disagree with women. Well, no, it's that he was saying that he was saying that no, it's not wrong for a woman to be powerful. And so that's what I was referring to, is that he is unwilling to poke the bear of women's power. It's like, no, we need to leave women's power alone. That's what I was referring to.
Authority and emotional manipulation to do all of that. Jezebel's spirit operates through control disguised as passion, manipulation disguised as love, and spiritual authority claimed without any sort of accountability. Practically, watch for a woman who controls through guilt, who controls through emotional pressure, who cannot submit to any authority, who uses spiritual language to override your discernment, who isolates you from your covering, your closest friends, and who must always be the one driving the relationship, spiritually, relationally, and directionally. A woman who cannot be led by God cannot be a help to a man God is leading. A woman number 4, and this one is the unbeliever. Now, the reason why I put this fourth is not because, and it will break you.
Okay, let's skip that one because we get it.
This woman. Woman number 5 is the idle woman. And this one is mentioned in 1 Timothy chapter 5, verse 13. And besides, they learn to be idle, wandering from one house to another. And not only idle, but also gossips and busybodies, saying things which they ought not to say. Paul is describing
what does a productive woman do?
Idleness that leads to gossip, that leads to meddling, that breeds sowing confusion in every community this woman enters. She's always in everybody's business. She knows everything about everybody. She traffics in information. She's never at rest because she has no settled sense of purpose. Proverbs 7:11 describes this woman too. Talking about this woman, it says that she is loud and rebellious. Her feet would not stay at home. I am not saying that a woman must be confined to her home. That's not the point. The point is the woman with no settled calling, no governing purpose, and no discipline over her time and her tongue. She will bring a disorder into your life. The biblical picture in Proverbs 14:1 says, "The wise woman builds her house, but the foolish pulls it down with her hands." See the contrast? Both women are building something. The wise woman is building up. The foolish one is building things down. Not with a wrecking ball, but with her own hands, gradually, casually, and thoughtlessly. A woman who is not building anything, who has no vision, who has no discipline, no purpose she is actively pursuing, will not suddenly become a builder of your life when she marries you.
I'd like a little bit clearer definition of what her purpose that she's supposed to be pursuing is.
Will bring shame, because idle patterns that will come into your home will slowly dismantle everything you're building to construct. Woman number 6 is the woman who uses tears as a weapon. Now, this one is uncomfortable, and I know it, but it needs to...
I guess you could say that this is the opposite of the maybe he's using this as the counterpoint to the angry man. This is definitely a thing. It's a good thing to talk about. Let's skip it though. So I think we know what that is.
Woman who loves
double-minded.
God
okay.
And the world.
Double-minded. Okay, so he frames it differently. So he does bring up the double-minded thing, but he frames it as a woman who loves God and the world, which is fair. But he did not. Well, let's double check. But so far, he has not extended it to a woman who's talking to more than one man.
Now here we are. And this is something nobody wants to address sometimes.
Last chance.
Because this woman is not obviously dangerous. She does not match any of these first 6 categories cleanly. She's genuinely saved and genuinely divided. James 1:8, it says, a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. So the principle is not gendered, it's universal. A double-minded person, a man or a woman, is unstable in all their ways. Not some their ways, all their ways. A double-minded woman is the one that loves Jesus and loves the world. She worships on Sunday. Her lifestyle on Monday through Saturday tells a very different story. She says she wants a godly man, but keeps entertaining the ungodly ones. She knows the word, yet consistently chooses to go against it. She's on fire for God in a revival service, and then she's cold 2 weeks later. She will tell you she's done with her past, but her past keeps calling and she keeps answering.
Yeah.
And this is why this is specifically dangerous for a man of God. She is close enough to your world to get in. She speaks your language. She knows the church culture, and she will not seem like a threat because she's partially real. And the partial part will disarm you in a way that the total counterfeit, fakeness, cannot. And the biblical picture of this is a church in Laodicea in Revelation 3:15 and 16. Jesus' words were devastating. I know your works. You're neither cold or hot. I wish you were cold or hot. But because you're lukewarm, you're neither cold or hot, I will vomit you out of my mouth. She would be cold than lukewarm. Because cold is honest. Lukewarm pretends to be warm, but it costs you your fire. A woman who's still deciding about God is not ready to build life with you because everything you're building requires a settled foundation. Proverbs 31:30 says, charm is deceitful and beauty is passing, but a woman who fears God, she shall be praised. See, the fear of God, that's not negotiable. Not perfection, not having no...
Okay, so we gave him the benefit of the doubt. But there's 2 things there that he did not flip around. He did not.
Stay away from these men. Stay away.
I did not see anything in here about accountability for the woman. The unaccountable man was on the last list, but the unaccountable woman is not to be found on this list. Didn't hear anything about that, did I? Did I miss something? And also the double-minded man he threw in a little thing there about how the double-minded man, stays focused on just you. He's not talking to a bunch of people. Did not include that in his talk of the double-minded woman. Also, there's a little thing about, hey, no, it's good for you to be powerful as a woman. I'm not saying you shouldn't be powerful as a woman. When is power ever something that is attributed to him as a positive in Scripture? It's just not there. And again, since we know that the woman's greatest sin or proclivity to sin will be rebellion against men, against their husband in particular, Genesis 3, why is it a good idea to encourage women's power? Why is it a good idea to do that if we know that the sin they gravitate towards the most is rebellion and usurpation? Why is that a good idea? So there's some stuff in here that he's right about. It's fine. Yeah, there's some, and he's correct. These are women that you should look out for, but it's missing a few pieces. There's nothing about an unaccountable woman, because we don't guess we don't need to hold a woman accountable. But anyways, we did it. We made it, guys. We made it home. We arrived somewhere. It was okay. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. It's fine. There's good stuff in there. But there's some fairly important pieces that are missing and some questionable things that are encouraged in a couple of places. Yeah, the thing is, this covers the blatant red flags, not the subtle stuff that's far more destructive. Exactly, yeah. I'm so sleepy. Yeah, go to sleep, dude. I'm gonna log off because it's getting late. Unlimited power. Power. Yeah. Where's the Arnold Schwarzenegger meme? He has White Knight vibes. Well, he did say in his last video that he was, doing it to protect women. So that makes sense. Anyways, what did we learn today, guys? I think we learned that women have absolutely no oversight. Get to the chopper. Yeah. Women have absolutely no oversight when it comes to the advice that they give to each other. And it doesn't look like we're going to even consider implementing any oversight anytime soon. So, yeah, that was a fun little romp through what you're up against. This is the stuff that's informing women's social imaginary and their imagination about how relationships work and what to expect from you. That's what you're up against, guys. This is the kind of stuff that if you want to have conversations with your pastors and tell them, hey, this is when you say we need to step up, this is what you're telling us to step into. Right? So this is the kind of stuff that you guys can point to and use that as bulletin board material, and you can kind of defend yourself a little bit. Say, hey, there's a lot of pride. There's a lot of vibes going on here. There's a lot of women trusting their heart above anything else. And you're asking us to overcome that just by our own effort. So, hopefully that's useful in some capacity. Take that. Do whatever you will with it. But as always, that was a lot of fun, guys. Super, super fun hanging out with you. Have a good rest of your evening, and we'll see you next time. Peace.